Alo, 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 chị nghe tương dịch tiếng Việt. Alo, có nghe được chị ạ? Hỏi cả đang nghe được, Tiểu đang nghe được, và chị kia nghe thử xem. Ở đây thì chị Lan Anh trong kia chị nghe nó thử. Hả? Và ok. Rồi, vâng, chị nói kênh tiếng Anh đi ạ.
Alo, chị đang ở kênh tiếng Anh đây, em nghe được không?
Alo, 1 2.
Chị đang ở kênh tiếng Anh đây em ơi. Alo. Ok, tốt rồi. Chị cảm ơn. Chị nghe tiếng của em rõ. Thế không biết là lát nữa hội trường thì tiếng có như thế này không?
Vâng, hội trường tất cả như này ạ.
Thế tốt rồi, chị cảm ơn nhá. Very good.
Recording in progress.
Designated to another person and this
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are joining us from. Welcome again to the ATMI-ASEAN Second High-Level Policy Forum, Day 2. To recap a little bit about Day 1, we had Session 1 on agricultural transformation, and then Session 2, market integration, and we have a poster presentation from national researcher in our project countries from Cambodia, Myanmar, Vietnam, who presented their studies on their selected commodities on pulses, maize, and pig study. And then we also had session 3 on COVID-19 responses. It was presented by farmer organization represented by AFA. And then also we had a presenter from India sharing about COVID-19 and agri-food market in India. And then we also have stories from Vietnam. And now we will continue with session 4, the capacity building activities under the ATMI-ASEAN project. May I invite Dr. Patrice Orencio, Principal Investigator, the ATMI-ASEAN project, also Program Head, Research and Thought Leadership Department of SIERCA. Sir Pat, that's the way I called him, is has a professional interest focused on working with communities and governments on coastal risk and vulnerability. And when I read his CV, he's very busy. Yes. He's also member of the editorial board of Journal of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Science, also serves as part-time faculty of the Ateneo de Manila University, San Beda University, and UP Open University. He's hold PhD and MS degrees in environmental science from Hokkaido University, Japan, and MI degree in urban and regional planning from UP Diliman. So I welcome Sir Pat to the floor. Please.
Oh, can I have a clicker? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Maybe allow me to start by saying that ATMI-ASEAN project is something that's very close to SIERCA, particularly in its 11 5-year plan, because this embraces the themes of transformation and innovation in agriculture and rural development in the Southeast Asian region. So this project harnesses the development of an environment that assures technology and that knowledge can be used to facilitate the transformation of agri-food systems that can be used to characterize smallholder farmers having that access to appropriate, affordable, profit-enhancing technologies in parallel with the recovery frameworks from COVID-19. So the heart of the ATMI-ASEAN project is actually built on capacity building. And this is the story that I will be sharing with you today. So in these activities, the project supported AMSs, and we are happy that we are collaborating with IFPRI and IFAD, and the partner AMSs as well as the ASEAN bodies and entities for implementing the integration of smallholder farmers in the prevailing food system nationally and regionally. So as we look back together at the very notion of this project was actually implemented to provide and achieve that overall goal or objective that span from national to the ASEAN region. And this highlighted the importance of studies for policies and regional cooperation in areas of food and agriculture investments, and the technical assistance for planning and program development. It has been expected that these interventions, when combined, would lead to the improvement of the competitiveness of smallholder farmers. So as we look back and talk about the transformation process that affects food, trade, and rapid population, we can note of ASEAN countries moving along the various stages, which has their respective pictures. So according to IFAD, a more rurally transformed area experiences faster structural transformation, which thereby achieve poverty reduction and influenced by interrelated processes that determine the pathways for transformation. So these definitely are not uniform across the different countries, but they are affected by institutions, policies, and investments which make rural economy to progressively move from one stage to another. So through the through the research grants provided by ATMI-ASEAN project, each of the target ASEAN member states conducted a study on value chain of their chosen priority commodities, focusing, of course, on the national strategies and policies chosen by the focal points and researchers, and facilitated through a national policy steering committee. So these policy studies aim to promote competitiveness, as I've mentioned, and for each of the study, 2 policy roundtables were targeted. One, to focus on the rapid value chain, and second, to determine policy recommendations based on the findings of the study. So the PRTs, as we call, are preparatory activities for the identification of national strategic plans of action within the context of ASEAN integration. So for a highly integrated ASEAN, we all know that we have the AEC blueprint. And in the food space, this AEC is making attempts to harmonize standards, improving infrastructure, enabling trade, and supporting sustainable agriculture practices. Meanwhile, we have the ASEAN vision for food, agriculture, and forestry that points at having a single market and production base in agriculture to transform them into competitive and sustainable industries, and to ensure that the gains from the market integration and modernization are equitably distributed and shared with the millions of smallholder farmers and fishers and their enterprises. Meanwhile, to complement the ATMI-ASEAN's objectives in addressing these complex challenges and threats to food and nutrition security in the region, CIRCA has funded PhD research programs, and this has allowed CIRCA to actually directly contribute to project initiatives on food security by making it consistent with the harnessing of evidences for policymaking and in accordance with internationally accepted food security frameworks, such as the ASEAN Integrated Food Security Framework. And you'll be seeing some of these research outputs actually later, but you have seen one being presented yesterday. But to continue my story about the capacity building, I may say it all started with a rapid value chain assessment. All the targeted focal points and researchers are involved to learn and employ a common, cost-efficient research methodology for the conduct of the national level policy studies. So this has actually improved their knowledge and capability to conduct rapid appraisals of agri-food systems. And in order to actually identify the possible areas for intervention in improving the value chain performance. So as mentioned, these are in forms of policy recommendations and proposals. But if we try to re-examine, the part of developing this policy at the national or regional level, this is only half of the challenge. In each of the stage of the policy-making process, communication will undoubtedly play a key role, particularly in priming and communicating the policy agenda and transforming the research information into useful policy inputs. So CIRCA has conducted this back-to-back workshop to give the practical lessons, knowledge and experiences, as well as providing the tools and strategies that researchers can use to effectively communicate the policy results. Of course, these are always crafted within the mindset of policymakers, and the best approach is to package these recommendations into proposals, which follows the policymakers' information and based on the approaches and the techniques such as policy briefs. So finally, following the development of these value chain studies, a training workshop was then conceptualized, and then this was conducted to equip national expertise on road mapping development for the respective priority commodities, while of course concurrently building on past value chain related researches. So an important aspect in this process is for our focal points to be entrusted with the commitment to move forward very important undertakings in advancing transformation, which considers participation of farmers and inclusion towards achieving greater impact from the standpoint of development. So at the regional level, we have also conducted this exercise, which focuses on a regional value chain. That is an agricultural value chain that involves an intra-ASEAN trade. Finally, to wrap it up, we have some innovative process and products that we have experienced in the process. This involves, this includes basically involvement of policymakers and stakeholders at the onset, from planning to implementing the research. Second, there's the need for supplementation of the learning materials that would capacitate the researchers in popularizing research jargon. So it's very difficult to really communicate the research results, and it should be translated into messages that would allow for policymakers and decision makers to understand, would make the policy decision process more at ease. And reinforcing, of course, the transformation of agri-food systems. It's basically this complexity of, there's the complexity of this transformation, and it's invariably tough for governments to do this. And what is important is we have to understand that it's a must. So with the rapid transformation occurring in the ASEAN countries, we have to think about how these experiences can serve as pathways for building sustainable systems. And the role of capacity building in this part has been proven to be an effective approach towards achieving this objective. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Pat. As a continuation of session 4, I would like to invite Dr. Rolando Briones to the floor as a moderator of session 4. Dr. Briones is a senior research fellow at the Philippine Institute for Development Studies and a former research fellow of the Southeast Asian Research Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, or CIRCA. Please.
Thank you, Anik, and good afternoon to all. So I'll be moderating this session, which will be about the national roadmaps and strategies developed under this ATMI project. I've been told that I should be fairly strict with management of time so that we will be promptly out of here by 3:15. So allow me to apologize in advance to the various speakers and discussants if I will interrupt you from time to time and finally because of that instruction. So the order of the presentation is there in your program. And we have Myanmar. Actually, for each session, there will be an introductory video, but I understand that there may not be always an audio, so may I request that it be played as I introduce each of the sub-sessions. We start with the national roadmap for Myanmar, and it will be presented by a very distinguished speaker, Dr. Tin Tut U. He has a very long and distinguished career. Most highlights are he is retired permanent secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture Livestock and Irrigation, Muali, and currently now Managing Director of PA Agri Solutions. By the way, again, apologies in advance. I will not be able to pronounce 99% of these names and places, but please understand I mean well in all of it. Okay. Some highlights of his career is he is a PhD from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. He is a rice breeder, and he was also rector of Yezin Agricultural University. Here to join us virtually, you have 10 minutes. By the way, again, for mechanics of time control, Rochelle will be providing a prompt for us. Virtually also, I understand that there's a time control being posted. And when the time is up, I will really have to end your presentation if it's not finished already, but I do trust that you will be able to keep to the time. So, Dr. Tintut, nice to see you again, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brianna.
Please unmute yourself, Dr. Tin. Yes.
Can you hear me well now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Now already 2 minutes finished, right?
Okay.
Anyway, my name is Tintut. Tintut U is a minister.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right, no problem. Okay, thank you so much for reminding me to manage within the 10 minutes. So fast slides, please. Could you move the fast slides? Okay. Something happened. Our PowerPoint is not really. Okay. Hello? My PowerPoint. Okay, well, I don't want to waste any time, as you are rightly aware, even then PowerPoint is not coming up and I have to talk about, all these things. As you are rightly aware, in Myanmar, the pulses sector is very much important in the last 10 years, the last 15 years. The pulses study is the most steady subject area for Myanmar. So if you could serve the web, you will be able to see many useful documents, useful report from IFPRI as well as from many others. In the salience report is also, during my TOR tenure, I have requested ACIR for providing pulses sector development strategy, as well as IFPRI has published a very good report in the SERP, and MDI, Myanmar Development Institute, also work in the pulses sector. Could you move my PowerPoint? Okay, so there are many important value chain analysis, value chain study, and projection for the future pulses sector. So I don't really have to elaborate. I prepare, my team has prepared rather comprehensively for my presentation for the sake of reference for the readers. Of course, I might have to skip all these things. Please move. Next slide, please. Can you move forward? Okay. In this regard, let me jump into, I don't have to elaborate more about importance of pulses sector for Myanmar development, Myanmar economic agriculture development and strategy. It is also very important for Myanmar agriculture transformation and market integration, which is very, very important for Myanmar. So these things are available. The last, working with the Myanmar pulses sector development strategy by ACIR, as well as CSG. The other day, yesterday, Dr. Zohu has presented rather comprehensive manner of the pulses value chain analysis and useful references. I have to say that it is very important for Myanmar. So please, I don't have to elaborate the production, productivity, but our pulses sector characterized in low, limit, less, lack of all these L. So the only thing is we need to scale up to transform the pulses sector from all these alphabet L to H. I want to see high performance pulses sector in Myanmar. Please go to our roadmap, please. Please skip all these things. Hello? You're not moving. Anyway, if you are not moving, I have to say my notes. Okay. I have to turn on my notes, and of course the scaling up. I have already, as I have already presented, so we already have a value chain exists. But this value chain need to be scaled up. So we want the vision of this is that the vision of our roadmap is progressive, productive policy sector through a more inclusive, integrated, resilient, a globally competitive and recognized policy value chain to contribute rural economic growth of Myanmar. It seems to be a little what you call this very ambitious, but it is very much needed. The mission has two missions already in our roadmap: improving socio-economic condition for smallholder and maintaining Myanmar's position being one of the largest exporter. Of course, Myanmar is now, we are very much boasting, about Myanmar's position on the second largest. Maybe I'm not quite sure how much we will be able to, how long we'll be able to maintain this. Okay. Therefore, our people come up with, our group has come up with 3 strategic objectives. Objective number 1 is the fostering demand rather than supply-driven policy sector. So far, our policy sector is largely supply-driven. So we want private-led and public-supported functional policy value chain. Strategic objective 2 is the increased productivity. As CESD has rightly mentioned in its document, it has a profit triangle is really important for us. So profit triangle, based on the profit triangle, another strategic objective 3 is increase the value and reduce the risk of pulses production in pulses Myanmar. So under these, we have a 3 strategic objective was overlaid by 3 thematic areas. So total 31 action lines are there. So of course, this is within 5 years' time, we must be able to finish all these things. Okay, and then under strategic 1, there are many 12, over 12 action lines, but I don't really have to elaborate those. So what I want is our is a high productivity, high quality, and higher value market. All these things are, we have envisaged our policy sector. Of course, as we have mentioned earlier, and we have our deliverables, many deliverables are there. Seems to be rather our team feel that it seems to be a little ambitious, but we must be able to do that if you want to achieve, if you want to be able to maintain our policy sector. Of course, and let me jump into the conclusion, because I must be able to manage within 10 minutes. My conclusion. Anyway, doesn't really matter. My team has reminded me that there are 6 minutes more, but I don't really have to. So my conclusion is the current roadmap. Of course, we aim for progressive, productive policy sector through a more inclusive, integrated, resilient, globally competitive, and recognized policy value chain to contribute. It's rather comprehensive, but I felt that far from complete. And I advised to Moali, since I'm an outsider now, and I advise to Moali to adopt this roadmap and subject to nationwide planning and program development. If it is adopted to implement to the roadmap, it should be served. If it is not adopted, it should be served as a background document for next round of planning exercise. So 2 important missions: improve socioeconomic conditions, smallholder pulses farmers by creating rural livelihood income, and maintaining Myanmar position for being one of the largest exporter of pulses. Next, please. And I must add more. Myanmar pulses sector, what we need totally is that the roadmap must be agri-focused, agri-business focused, as well as institutional streamlining. And we really aim for high performance pulses sector value chain. Thank you, Dr. Briannas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tin. And it's a good example that you've set for the rest of us. May I now call on your discussant. In between, we also have a talk by Devesh, very familiar to all of us. He's given 10 minutes. And Devesh is the Senior Research Fellow for CGIAR Research Program on Agriculture for Nutrition and Health, for the A4NH, starting 2017. He had been a research fellow in IFPRI, one of the implementers of this project. He has a PhD in economics from University of Maryland, and his areas of expertise include international trade, environment, farm linkages, and food safety. Devesh, please.
Thank you. So thanks for that introduction. Actually, you could have added in my introduction is the area of expertise also pulses. So because I am really kind of emotionally attached to pulses, because that's so this one is we had this presentation on pulses just now about Myanmar. The Myanmar is this pulse is very important, definitely. One of the, after rice, it's probably the most important commodity there. But it's also the most important commodity in part of trade, right? Or so this is the background, which is the, and this thing is about, what are the implications of policies in India, where the 65 to 70% of pulses exported from Myanmar go. So it is, it's one of those cases where when in economics we think about Pareto optimality that both parties can gain, and this is the perfect setup for both these countries to gain from trading in pulses, but still there are this much below the potential that is there, and that's what we try to understand what are the policies behind this and what needs to be done, right? So this is just a landscape of what is happening in pulses in India. India, is no longer a vegetarian country. If you look at from majority, we always grew up with saying India is a vegetarian country. So now it is not. More than 50% are non-vegetarian, but we do not eat non-veg like steaks, right? So it's like rice mixed with a lot of vegetables, little pieces of meat. So pulse has a, even then, and still more than 45% people are vegetarian. So pulse is a very important source of protein. But on that's on the consumption side, and the per capita consumption of pulses has been going down consistently over time. On the production side, with the Green Revolution, what happened is the Green Revolution crops displaced pulses. Pulses moved from North India to South India, from East India to West India, some concentration in center, but basically, more importantly, pulses moved to really marginalized environment. More than 87% of the pulses are grown in rain-fed conditions in India. So they are getting like a marginalized, but the oil seeds, because now we are in ASEAN countries where India imports a lot of edible oil. So oil seeds and pulses are the two marginalized crops in India, right? Now, so since production cannot meet the demand because you have a very large population, 1.3 billion people, then you have to rely on trade. And this is, now you come from perspective from Myanmar. What is pulses mean for Myanmar? It's a very important crop from the point of view of trade. And India is the most important market. So Myanmar's export in pulses is concentrated across pulses as well as across markets. India gets the really lion's share of Myanmar pulses. Some of the pulses which Myanmar exports, they are not heavily consumed in the country itself, like pigeon pea. Now, but the black gram, pigeon pea, green gram, these are the main pulse export. And you can see that what is the footprint of India in Myanmar's export. So what happens in India in terms of policy and what it really means for, and that's why we ask the question, why understanding India's pulse policies of first order importance for Myanmar. So this is what, now, whenever, so the point is that, even if in India, we always pat ourselves on the back saying that, 10%, 12% increase in productivity, but India does not have comparative advantage in pulses. India should not be producing all these pulses. I mean, trying to explain this to policymakers is very difficult, right? But if you are coming from a researcher perspective, from a policy researcher perspective, this is what India should be doing, relying on Myanmar for a lot of these exports. And so you can see that, but one thing that is consistent in India's pulse policy, you know, I can even, on a lighter note, I can even say that if you want to know India's pulse policy, you just need to know the monsoon, right? And so India's pulse policy is very variable. It varies by the monsoon, and since 87% pulses are done in rain-fed conditions, every time you have good rains, you have good pulse production, and bank comes in a big trade restriction. The moment you get a reduction in production, you will have a liberal policy. So pulse, and India always has more than 100% bound tariffs in pulses, like most agriculture commodities. So there's a lot of space to move things around. Now, so Myanmar, what we will argue is that it could definitely on the Myanmar side, it could gain from diversifying in pulse exports. That's what we look at in our research. What are the potential markets where we can do with China? Also, Vietnam is also one market where Myanmar could diversify. And then, but one is within the India-Myanmar relationship, there are some mitigation mechanisms that one could be there, which was about one that, you know, when the pulse prices were very high, Government of India actually offered this G2G contract, government to government contract, to pre-purchase of pulses that you could have at predetermined prices. But it fell apart because Myanmar, what India was offering was 10% lower than the minimum support prices that it announces for pulses for its farmers. And so our point would be that, you know, it's political economy wise, it's very difficult to say that, you know, we will pay more than MSP to Myanmar farmers and pay MSP to our farmers, minimum support price. So that's why, you know, there was all this contention. But, you know, with Dr. Joe, we've been there, we have been talking that what needs to be done. I mean, there can be really modifications in the G2G agreement. In the terms of contract needs to be negotiated. But this idea of a pre-purchase agreement, where you could say that under what price conditions you could have readjustment, and there could be escape routes. And this is what, so if we look at this, this is what, why is it not moving? Okay. So if you look at this MSP and procurement, MSP, the minimum support prices, yeah, that's the, India announces MSP for 23 commodities, 23 crops. All the pulses are there, but it does not procure pulses. And that makes a big difference, because rice and wheat, if many of you were following the farmer agitation that went on for a year or more in India, it was about this MSP and whether this was procured or not. Pulses, the MSPs are announced, but they are not procured. Only when the pulse prices are very high, the government starts procuring. And that makes a lot of difference to what is going to happen to the prices and at which Myanmar could, the farmers will be realizing. And these are, I can just show you, this was the initial thing that we started, that how you can just look at monsoons and then you can look at what happens to the pulse policy in India. And then you can roll back to Myanmar and just see that, you know, how Myanmar could just, you know, almost like you could have a perfectly forecasting model, right? That, you know, you could just look at the forecast of rains, and if you get it right, you can actually get the forecast of the pulse policy in India. And so this is just shows you the variation that is there, and that's why the pre-purchase agreement that could be. And if you look at trade restrictions on all this, that you see how it has varied for Myanmar. We got tariff running to 60%, and then it comes down to 10%, and you have so much of variability that is, which really, you know, the least that you want in trade is a policy stability. And India's pulse policy is a quintessential, the great example of how much of policy variability you can have. And these are done at very high frequency. These are done every year and so on. Yeah. So this is the thing that we talked about in our research, is about what modifications you could have in the proposed trade agreement. India has those agreements with Mozambique. It has something that it is working. And if Myanmar loses out, the countries that are filling in are like Tanzania, Ethiopia. They are all moving into supply pigeon pea to India. And but black gram, at least that's not the competition. So I mean, we have been talking that at least on a experimental basis, try it with the black gram, which is, where you don't have that competition, but Myanmar, and so those modalities need to be worked out, but this is a pre-purchase agreement, and that's what we want to know for risk mitigation for Myanmar. So this is, I'm just going to stop here, and if anybody is interested, we can just give our things. And so whole idea is that if you have uncertain India's trade policy, it has very significant implications for Myanmar production of pulses. And you want to look at risk mitigation mechanisms by doing things like G2G agreements, even to private sector agreements, which is being done right now with India, Myanmar in the post-COVID period. It's not through G2G, but through private purchase agreement. So a forward sales agreement is what in our research, we actually propose the modalities of that. I mean, what needs to be taken care of, that's something that we want to put it on the table. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much. Actually, that was a perfect complementation with the roadmap for pulses from the first speaker, because yeah, India is the biggest market by far. Although it turns out that Myanmar is just one among the many players exporting to India. So for the roadmap discussion, we're fortunate to have Dr. Tan Dat Ki. He's Deputy Director General in the Department of Planning, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Irrigation. He has responsibilities of Agricultural Policy Unit and Monitoring and Evaluation Unit in the department. He is also the National Coordinator and Focal Point for GMS Working Group on Agriculture, as well as for ASEAN, CLMV, and other regional cooperation arrangements. Dr. Ki, you have 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you, Brian. So actually, I would like to begin thanking the speaker that, the road mapping exercise. And so I think it is very much concise information. So actually in the roadmap, nice composition of introduction, state of Myanmar pulses sector, issue and challenges, and also the strategic pathway and planning. And also in the last is conclusion. It is very much comprehensive and he presented well, and I would like to appreciate for your team effort to fulfill the gap of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation of Myanmar. So actually, as we are aware, Myanmar is recognized as one of the giant pulses producer and exporter in the world. I think it is largely due to the no or low government intervention, but this is a private-led the economic style, and what we can is in economics is laissez-faire. But however, export price shock was in 2017 due to the trade restriction of India that David Shrine already gave a key message about the government of Myanmar. Actually Indian, let's say pulses export to India, what we in our side is monopolistic. So the key point that I would like to point out is this is a $1 billion agribusiness crop, and with a private sector-led business growth, and farmers quickly respond to grow for emerging market. However, Myanmar pulses export are largely supply driven and suffering from imposition of buyers setting the rules. So we learn from the self-sufficiency, India's self-sufficiency policy for pulses and their implication for Myanmar. Actually, they would to make a G2G government or the MOU or between two government, India and Myanmar, but we failed to make a contract because of the such a minimum export price. And how can we solve such a problem of the monopolistic nature of pulses trade? Maybe we can ease find the diversifying the markets through diversifying value added and maybe a own brand. So actually, very recently, last year, we exported 2 million metric ton and the $1.5 billion value. And this is a big business for the country as well. Very recently, we exported 200,000 ton of pulses and maybe around 170 million US dollar within the 2 months. The amount pulses green gram is the most, the amount of trade. And so actually in the Indian direct trade, general foreign trade allowed to export green, export up to 2023 March. So actually we are looking at the SWOT analysis, we emphasize on the weaknesses. So we need to, make what we, what we can do now and what we cannot do right now. So there are many weaknesses, seed industry development. This is also quite important for us. And the quality, but we can improve with the quality of the farm inputs like urea or the compound fertilizer as a bad quality, or that we need to make some sort of a regulation to enter to the country for the farmers, the utilization of fertilizer. And when we look at the threat, it's a lack of market diversity. This is also very quite important. We need to, so many studies show we need to make market diversification. Actually, Myanmar exported more than 200 countries, but last year, maybe 95 countries, the pulses are exporting. And nowadays, what we are facing is our point is climate change and COVID-19. This is also we need to consider. Based on the SWOT analysis, what the speaker highlighted the needs for improvement, and however it is the kind of expert view and on the scale up of the value chain roadmap. So what we are lagging behind is stakeholder consultation for the consideration of so those who are involved in the value chain.
Kindly wrap up, please.
Yes, thank you. And actually, some more points. What I would like to emphasize is the certification as well, GAB certification, phytos SPS measure that we need to, recognize in the global market. This is also quite important. Also, other is a labor. This is a scarce labor right now, and the cost of production will make more, and the access to improved seed variety, weak information flow. These are the points that we need to focus. And so in order to achieve this, all stakeholders involved in the value chain, like government institution, private sector, exporter, wholesaler, broker, all the stakeholder, so must be able to work in harmony in coordinated fashion through better networking. This is the message. And the one things that I would like to say is the one that the Dr. Tentrot already discussed is a profit triangle. This is also we need to exercise. This is starting from the Dr. Zhou. He started with the profit triangle. This is also quite important. So increasing productivity, research effort, and expanding international market. These are the things that I would like to in the message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was a very heartening response from Myanmar government on the scaling up of the Myanmar pulses value chain. So we have completed the subsession on Myanmar. We're now moving to Cambodia. I understand that in lieu of an introductory video, there will be some opening remarks from Mr. Chito. Yes, please.
distinguished guests, fellow workshop participants, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the participants from Cambodia, it is our great pleasure to be part of this, the ATMI-ASEAN Second High-Level Policy Forum 2022 here in Hanoi, Vietnam. As representative from Cambodia, I feel privileged to be given this role to share those important what we have learned and get from ATMI-ASEAN project. I hope that Laos, PDO, Myanmar, Philippines, and Vietnam also learn and gain the same as Cambodia. I remember that the project launching on October 2016 at Circa headquarters Los Baños, Laguna in Philippines. Since the project launching, we have learned a lot of things from the ATMI-ASEAN project. The project has organized many workshops, training, and the meeting, such as focus point and researcher meeting back-to-back with training workshop on a rapid value chain assessment. Back-to-back learning event, communication research on inclusive agriculture values.
It's not moving. The PowerPoint is not moving.
Value chain with policy maker, policy proposal development on inclusive agriculture value chain. Regional farmer organization learning level, study tour and exchange experience, organize a roundtable and national project steering committee meeting to exchange the information. I think last like Dr. Hedrich, he mentioned earlier about our activity. In conclusion, we can say that the ATMI-ASEAN project is significant to enhance the capacity building for ASEAN member states on developing policy and roadmap. The knowledge that we have gained from this project, we will not only develop my roadmap in Cambodia, but we also for the other crop to support small farmer, smallholder farmer, poor urban and rural household. Finally, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to IFPRI, who support ATMI-ASEAN project, and thanks to IFPRI and Circa for lead and coordinating the project. To all brilliant resource persons who gave us knowledge and to all participants. Thank you. And lastly, I wish you all good luck, safe journey back home, and success in implementing, communicating research, policy, and roadmap. I also look forward that the lesson we have gained from this project will guide us in our future work and continue to sharing of information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chito. You will be, Mr. Chito will also be speaking as discussant in a while. But for now, we have presenting the maize value chain roadmap is Mr. Chan Sirata. He has been working for over 15 years, experience in teaching, research, consulting, and project implementation, for majority of which were spent in private sector development, focusing on SMEs. Since January 2019, Mr. Chan has been the director of the Cambodia Partnership for Sustainable Agriculture, an NGO working in multi-stakeholder partnership. So, Mr. Rata, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please next slide. I think because the time constraint, we move quick. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think our colleagues from Cambodia already presented some part of this, so I just don't want to spend my time. It's just maize is one of the second most important crop commercially grown in Cambodia. It's mostly like majority is for commercial purpose, so for the as the input for the animal feed production. The policy study on the maize value chain, they have two key objectives: to identify factors that influence on stakeholder perception and engagement in the maize value chains. Second thing, prepare policy recommendation for sustainable maize production and agricultural diversification to support smallholder farmer in Cambodia. And also, it here we put here smallholder farmer, but it also have the some application to the commercial scale as well. So I will not talk on methodology. Yeah. So the key finding from this study, the majority of the maize or corn production is at the border of provinces that border to the Thailand and Cambodia, because it will give the logistic advantage and also the factory and also the export. That's why the majority of the production area is next to the provinces next border to the Vietnam and Thailand. Also, our study also target those provinces as well. So I think some member from the CICA have visited the farm in Battambang province. Yeah. We grow 2 times per year for the maize. So in July, August, and Feb and March. So as you can see, the majority of the export, like 70% of the production is export to Thailand and Vietnam. That's a neighboring country, and only about the 15% and 20% that are for local processing and formal export. Beside that, it's more like a border trade, like I think similar to Myanmar case. So the history of the maize production, we produce about 900,000 tons in 2013 to over 1.23 million tons in 2017. So it quite a big jump, but the production it fluctuates as well, depend on the weather, the land, and the market price, because the market price is a lot fluctuate based on the demand from animal feed. But it's due to the current situation, I think is how much ton you can produce, it will be by you will easily to sell all now. Yeah, but we're not sure the next 3 or 5 years it will be changed a lot. So the SWOT analysis. So in Cambodia, we still have a good fertilized land, well established like national demand, because we have a local animal feed production. Like we have CP, it's from the big company from Thailand, Green Feed and Beta Growth. They have a factory there. So in terms of also those factory is mostly based in the border of Thailand and Vietnam as well, because it's easy to export. Yes, I think another good point, we have a national hybrid variety. We call C8M01 that approved in 2020. Mr. Prachito involved a lot on this hybrid variety. We call Cambodia hybrid base. Yeah. So while we have strength, we also face some weaknesses, limited and inadequate of access to finance, market, technology, infrastructure, and post-harvest facility. It's not different from Vietnam or Myanmar or Laos, but Cambodia have this kind of weakness. And for the price fluctuation, it's common. Every commodity and especially in the commercial scale. Because another point is labor cost shortage as well. I think the movement of labor from the agriculture to services is quite high. It's not in Cambodia, I think in the region, in Vietnam, in Thailand, and it's not just migrate internally, it also to overseas as well, especially to Thailand. Limited commercial oriented production. I go to the opportunity. We could become a major supplier of maize and animal feed. If we increase production, we have set up a good ecosystem and attractive new investment. We could be a big player in the maize production and animal feed. There are a lot more. I will go to the thread. I think, yeah, draft it and heavy running. It could be a major constraint for us. So I will go to next. Recommendation. I think we need to key is a high level policy on the national maize hybrid seed, develop national maize development strategy. So yeah, I think we are on track on that. Strengthening existing maize value chain, attracts more investment to animal feed processing and factory. Just highlight on this. Current new investment law in Cambodia have a lot of incentive to the agri-business and agro-processing. You will get a lot of incentive on if the investor invests in this sector. So it's quite attractive in terms of agro-processing investment in Cambodia right now, because of the new law is just approved in 2021. Yeah, I think other is similar to other country. I think this slide will be shared. For the progress, I think this is Mr. Chito have mentioned, but just highlight the key point is from the National Inception Workshop in Phnom Penh on March 2017. The key achievement we have we produced policy study on maize value chain in Cambodia as an interim report in January 2019. So it's the key result of the project in Cambodia, and we have a national steering committee to guide this policy. So we have a national coordination body. So I think the next step, in order to better and improve this value chain roadmap, we need to collecting and updating some key information and data, especially on maize production data, maize export figure, formal and informal, collecting and updating maize import figure, formal and informal, collecting and updating animal feed factory, because this we need to have all information in one place in order to know exactly how many factory that and how many, especially we want to know the capacity of production and the output. So collecting and updating maize quantity needed by local animal feed factory. That is the key information that we need. And at the same time, we need internal and external stakeholder coordination level. So it could be a cross-ministry, inter-ministry level of coordination to get this data. Last one is resource mobilization for the roadmap. Only one more slide. Yeah. So suggestion from Cambodia part is we're requesting for if possible we could have organized the field visit to big animal feed factory to understand the whole picture of their supply chain. That would be a great support from the organizer and organization. Requesting for if possible, we have a technical advisor to have a maize corn animal feed industry roadmap to draft that with the core team based in the General Department of Agriculture and the Ministry of Agriculture. So thank you. Yeah, on time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Providing a reaction is again Mr. Chito Prak. He is the Deputy Director General of the General Directorate of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. He was before a Deputy Director of the Department of Agronomy and of Agricultural Land Improvement. As such, as an agronomist and soil expert, he has been very active in various research, most recently managing the Tonlesap Poverty Reduction and Smallholder Development Project. Mr. Chito, please, for your reaction. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what our Mr. Ratha, he presented just now about the roadmap. We already discussed together with that's why you can see our recommendation, our problem, our opportunity, everything is here. But I would like to mention that we will work together, we will discuss together, and we will move forward to finish our roadmap. Because we have the last slide, we have a lot of things to do to collect data. But this one is not easy because we have to move very far from our office to the border, to the stakeholder, to the farmer, to the businessman, the factory. So I think we have a lot of work to do, and I hope we will work and to make a success this project, because we can, from this project, like I mentioned before, if we can do it, the May roadmap, after the May roadmap, we can do another roadmap, cassava, cashew nut, fish, or animal raising, and a lot of things to do. So from this project is our lesson, our the example, and then after that we will move forward to do another crop and another agriculture product. And as you see, at this moment, I am the member of the national roadmap for the whole country. So the whole agriculture, not only one product, for all the things in agriculture. So I am very happy to join with the project. What I am learned from the project, I can gain a lot of knowledge and a lot of things, a lot of information from the project. And then it pushed me to another national roadmap for agriculture. So I hope we will move forward and to make it successful with corn with the May roadmap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chito. By the way, you may be wondering that there is no Q&A session. So I am again trying to manage the time. What we will do is we will proceed as scheduled, 30 minutes per sub-session. And if we have time at the end before the coffee break, then we may entertain Q&A all together from all the countries and all the roadmaps. All right? So thank you. This completes the sub-session for Cambodia. And maybe we can proceed with the Philippines now. For the roadmap, I understand that there will be a video playing soon in the background. So please also have some time to look over that. And we have our speaker for Philippines, who is Professor Joanna Cabardo, who is Assistant Professor at the Department of Agribusiness Management and Entrepreneurship, College of Economics and Management, or SEM, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. She finished her Master of Management major in Business Management in same university in 2016. She is one of 5 UPLB awardees for the John Dillon Fellowship in 2021, given by the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. She was also recipient in 2020 of Outstanding Researcher Award Senior category, given by the College of Economics and Management. Jewel, please, for the processed pork roadmap for Philippines.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Can you show my slide, please? Okay. Okay. So it is an honor and privilege to share with you the Philippine Processed Pork Industry Roadmap, which is a consolidated effort of its stakeholders. First, I would just like to acknowledge the members of the Philippine Roadmap Development Team. So this is the outline of my presentation. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I chose the wrong button. Okay, so for the methodology, okay, these are the activities that were involved in the roadmap development, and particularly there were a series of stakeholder consultation workshops, and also we included a field work to validate the results of the stakeholder consultation workshop output. And just to share with you, these are just some of the Zoom meetings held, and these are the organizations that participated as stakeholder groups. So where are we now? Okay, so as you can see here in the slide, these are the 2020 top 3 pork producing countries in the world, and Philippines ranked 11th in 2020. However, despite the increased production of the Philippines, in 2021 data, it can be seen that we still import a lot of pork from other countries. And these are the top 3 countries where we import pork from. And these are the sorry, I think there was a mix-up in the slideshow. Okay, so for an idea of the Philippine pork production, as you can see here, this is the situation of the Philippine pork production. And then by 2020 to 2021, there was a 6.6% reduction due to ASF. And in Luzon, they used to be the top producers in the Philippines, but when ASF hit them, it has been Visayas and Mindanao that has been supplying the region. I'm also sharing with you that majority of the farms that dominate the hog population are being operated by the backyard farmers. So for the production performance, there's a comparison of average annual pork production by country. And as you can see, Philippines ranks 2nd from Vietnam. And in here, there are impacts of ASF on the pork industry. So as you can see here, there was a zoning strategy implemented by the Department of Agriculture, and this was the zoning map in December 2021. As you can see, as of May 2022, this is now the status of the zone map. And you can see that somehow, even though it has been hard for the farmers to recover, there is a gradual recovery program that they're undergoing through. This is also the movement flow that they tried to implement during the zoning operation so that you can decrease the continuous, continuous spread of ASF across the country. So here I'm sharing with you the Philippine pork production, wherein there was a change from 2020 to 2021 in terms of the region's supply of pork. So the ones in orange used to be the top producers, but because of ASF, what used to be those in the red numbers are now the ones that are the top producing regions, and they are the ones supplying Luzon. Okay, so this is just an example of the live pig prices as of April 2022 among the ASEAN countries. In terms of the slaughterhouses, we will notice that the competitiveness of the facilities and equipment across the country are quite lacking. So also, what is very much prevalent are the LMREs in each province. And also in here, we have around 209 of NMIS accredited cold storage warehouse that also displays that we are quite limited in our facilities. So for the meat processors, you can see here that 25% of total pork consumed in the country is processed. And in 2019, it's valued at 300 billion at 6 to 7%. Okay. And I'd like to emphasize that 85% of the imported raw materials come from Europe, Canada, and US, and that is what the pork processors are using, which means that only 15% are being sourced from local producers. Okay. So these are the top meat processors in the Philippines, which is led by San Miguel Foods, followed by CDO, and Century Pacific Food Incorporated. For the global and sea meat market during the COVID, it has been observed that there is accelerating of technologies being used and better labeling of products. So there is flexibility of business activities and operations. Also, there's a projected slow growth rate and extensively reduced meat consumption. So there was a shortage of raw materials because most of the raw materials are being imported. In fact, the recent Ukraine war also affected the Philippine supply because of a lot of the raw mats come from there also. So for the Philippines, I'd like to emphasize this, that the traders, retailers, processors, and producers all point to the coinciding ASF as the more severe source of disruption. So in fact, the COVID-19 situation actually helped it to further reduce the spread because of the existing border restrictions. Okay, and also changing consumer habits were observed, and also the oversupply of pork meat in Mindanao because, as you might be aware, it's more expensive to ship, okay, from Mindanao to Luzon than from Taiwan to the Philippines. Okay, so maybe for those who are interested, we can discuss this later. This is a result of our field work. Okay, so the LGUs and DA are providing strict ASF surveillance, and there's because of the high cost of inputs, there's an opportunity to develop local feed mixes. And we'll have to recognize the emerging role of cooperatives and the slaughterhouses that operate properly. Okay, they start to become unpopular. So these are the challenges and prospects. So maybe we can just, so where do we want to go? So this is our vision. And for our mission, We have formulated 6 mission statements to be able to operationalize that, and as well as the corresponding objectives. And how do we get there? This is a snapshot of our vision that is being implemented through strategies and priority programs. And DA, or the Department of Agriculture, has this budget that is allotted for all of these programs that we have shown a while ago. Okay. And the policy recommendations to help achieve roadmap objectives are focused on zoning and clustering regulations of farms, tax incentives for investors of double and triple A slaughterhouses, and harmonization of policies, because there are a lot of policies, but we have to harmonize it. And shared investments on modernization of facilities and equipment, incentives for patronage of local pork, innovation for R&D and export of processed pork products, and responsible and sustainable waste management of farms and abattoirs, and adherence to biosecurity standards, and finally, a processed pork database that all the stakeholders can share. This is the National Processed Pork Action Team, of which the stakeholders signified to be part of, and they really expressed their commitment to be part of this so that we may be able to implement the roadmap that we have crafted. So overall, the crafting of the roadmap for the Philippine processed pork, we would like to highlight that we would want to enhance the capability of the smallhold farmers and the smallhold processors, because it served as an avenue for conversation and discussion. Actually, they even mentioned that it was the first time that they were actually talking, okay, during the roadmap stakeholder consultation workshops. And there was a formulation of strategies and policy recommendations, as well as the formalization of their commitment and participation of concerned stakeholders. And finally, they would also want to be part of the regular monitoring and review of the roadmap for continuous improvement and effective implementation. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joel, for very disciplined presentation, and actually very excellent. I am impressed by the hard work of this team, because all of the points, the boxes that you saw a while ago, were actually actively engaged in and debated even, especially with private sector representatives. So providing response from the government side, unfortunately, Undersecretary Willie Medrano could not make it, but presenting the response would be Ruth Miklat Sunako, Program Director of the country's National Livestock Program under the Undersecretary for Livestock Development of DA. She is also Center Director of the International Training Center on Pig Husbandry, and under the Agricultural Training Institute, also of the Department of Agriculture. Ruth, please, 5 minutes. Thanks, and good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you again to Dr. Ruel. And good afternoon to, of course, to Professor Joel and Dr. Briones, and all of those who are online and also in the meeting hall. So yeah, thank you very much, and allow me to read as well the response of the primarily of the Department of Agriculture as far as this processed pork roadmap is concerned. So we say that as a national plan, it shall serve as a developmental plan that steers sector-wide growth over the next decade. It will guide the trajectory of strategies, programs, and specific activities aimed at achieving targets and objectives of an operations-oriented processed pork industry value chain development. And again, let me emphasize that for this roadmap, it was very encouraging for us that the roadmap emphasized the role of the smallhold producers in the Philippines. Now, the creation of processed pork roadmap aims to inspire the full range of private and public stakeholders to take coordinated, cohesive, and determined actions toward achieving a common vision and objectives. The roadmap was able to gather insights and recommendations from relevant stakeholders of the processed pork industry to encourage support and ownership, of course, very important, of the national roadmap through a participatory development approach to ensure its sustainability. And again, I would like to congratulate the the Sharka team headed by Professor Cabardo for always organizing, although online, but later on they were able to do some face-to-face focus group discussions, and which of course very well received by our stakeholders, particularly in the regional field offices. Now further, the processed pork roadmap seeks to more than double the pork producers and processors' incomes, of course, again, very important, during the period of plan implementation. The promotion of transformative interventions will significantly diversify. Now again, diversification is one strategy which the Department of Agriculture is heavily focusing on. Diversifying sources of income and employment, and more than anything else, the sustainability of smallhold hog raisers and pork processors out of poverty. One key strategy identified is to link hog producers to large private investments, such as food terminals and market hubs, serving as potent engines of inclusive growth. Again, we laud the efforts of the ATMI-ASEAN project in creating the processed pork roadmap. It actually took off from the roadmap as well of the industry, which we also just finished crafting, again with the help, of course, of I think Dr. Briones is also one important resource person in this pork industry roadmap. Now, as I have mentioned, the contribution of this ATMI-ASEAN project will definitely aid in the department's attaining of focused sectoral goals and serving the public interest through gathering evidence-based policy, insights, best practices, and program recommendations. In view of this rich experience and clear vision of a robust and vibrant processed pork industry, it is my very much pleasure on behalf of the Department of Agriculture and particularly of the National Livestock Program under the Undersecretary for Livestock I mean, if it is going to be turned over to the Department of Agriculture, to accept in behalf of the DA. It is our hope that this roadmap shall transcend political administration and shall represent the whole of a nation planning effort reflecting stakeholders' fundamental aspirations for the industry. Given the number of investments programmed in the plan, the processed pork industry roadmap will be heavily reliant, particularly on the interest and active participation of industry stakeholders. Because like the pork industry roadmap, which is private-led, we say that in order to successively relinquish this plan to government administration over the implementation of transformation process. Now, again, the processed pork roadmap together with the pork industry roadmap is one good thing, and as they complement each other, we say that the implementation of the INSPIRE program, which is the Recovery, Rehabilitation, and Repopulation Program of the Department of Agriculture post-ASF, the complementation will always be there as the plan and the program itself aims to sell heavier pigs. Now we hope that this a very specific focused objective of INSPIRE will address the perennial problem where producers apparently cannot comply with the specifics of our meat processors. But again, nevertheless, the department will remain dedicated in enabling greater stakeholder participation and strengthen the influence of multi-sectoral players to public decisions. The National Livestock Program encourages smallholders' inclusiveness and appreciates their bargaining position in the processed pork value chain. It is expected that the outputs founded from this industry plan shall leverage again on smallholders' prosperity by ensuring their inclusiveness and their best bargaining power in the agriculture value chain. So again, Mr. Chair, Dr. Briones, and of course to Professor Cabardo, our sincerest gratitude and appreciation for crafting this roadmap, as it will surely help the Department of Agriculture in our focus targets towards our smallholders. So thank you very much. Maraming salamat po and magandang hapon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. And thank you for that very warm and positive reception of the processed pork roadmap. We're slightly ahead of schedule. I will allow one question. So if one of you in the audience has a burning question to ask any of the roadmap teams, I will allow one question and one reaction. Yes, please.
I have a question to Devish, and then I think he presented a very, interesting proposal. But I think it is not just good for the case of Myanmar, but also relevant for many of our smaller economies that are dealing with the larger economies like India and China. It has to do with the something like a government-to-government agreements. And if you can elaborate, what are the the good points, and then also some of the weaknesses that we have to be careful about making trade agreements with the big markets. And as in your presentation, you have mentioned about the India government self-sufficiency schemes. And I also understand that China also have a similar ideology that, the China first, India first kind of things. And then usually our smaller markets are always treated as a contingency plan on part of your government. So that's where we have to wait for your monsoons to go wrong, and then we can only sell you. So in order to avoid that, how smaller economies should be prepared to deal with that kind of situations? And then also, you also mentioned about the MSP price. And then in the case of China, we also have all other, trade facilitation challenges like, non-tariff measures and things like that. So because MSP is very much rooted in your government policies, so what is your advice on for us to also advocate your governments to tweak some of these policies that are also affecting smaller economies? Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Devesh, please.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. I mean, I totally agree. There's one similarity. I always, I remember something that there was a conversation in a ministry in India, and they said that we need 100 million tons of stocks of grains. And when the answer that came there was like, it's very telling. And I said, why do you need 100 million tons of stock? And they said, because China has it. So, this kind of, this is a contagion that happens in, it's not that there will be only India or China. I think Indonesia is very much on that line, to be honest. Ethiopia had a minimum support price, they call it minimum purchase price. So those systems are always going to be there for, those who have larger agriculture and so on, that will be there. Now, in terms of, the G2G agreement and what the countries should do, our point has been that, don't take the kind of the binary view of this or not this at all. Is that now you have to, negotiation is all about finding the boundaries, right? That, what can be done. Like there are two ways that, the prices can fall very low, prices can go very high in the market. Your quantities can go low, right? Because there is a, so these are all these kind of clauses that you need to build into the contract. I mean, the India, which it has with Mozambique. So they do have, though it's a smaller contract, because Myanmar is a much bigger producer, they do have provisions where if there is a weather shock and then you cannot supply the quantity, how will that be dealt in? So these are, and that's what, in the conversation that we had in Napitao during this project, that was one of the things that we are putting that, so let's just work on what are the different, conditionality, different situation that might arise, and then you build a contract around that. And the second thing that, the last bit that I would say that the G2G contract is fine, but you need to really actively engage the private sector. Groups like Tata, Rallis, and Adani Wilmar has this big contract with Indonesia on edible oil. So similar arrangements with Tata could be working in Myanmar, and so when you talk to people in Tata, they say that Myanmar is not very keen on this. So I think this complementary arrangement that you're going to have, which can actually really work on this value chain. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So it seems that there are quite a few burning questions. There's still one in the chat, but we still have 2 countries left. So let me pause this for a while, complete it, and then return if we have time. So moving on to Vietnam. Vietnam's value chain will be presented, the animal husbandry development strategy will be presented by Dr. Pham Duy Can. Sorry, it's a kind of a complex session to moderate. Mr. Pham Duy Can holds a doctoral degree in agricultural development from the IFPRI-South Institute in Paris, France. He has 16 years of work experience in the field of agriculture and rural development, working on production systems, value chains, animal husbandry, food safety. He's currently director of the Rural Development Center under the IFPRI-South.
Theo Cục Chăn nuôi Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển Nông thôn, năm 2016, tổng đàn lợn của cả nước đạt 29,1 triệu con. Năm 2017, do khủng hoảng dư cung, tổng đàn lợn giảm xuống 27,4 triệu con. Năm 2018, con số này tăng nhẹ đạt 28,1 triệu con. Sau đó, năm 2019 lại tiếp tục giảm sâu kỷ lục do dịch tả lợn châu Phi, còn 19,6 triệu con. Đến năm 2020, tổng đàn lợn của cả nước phục hồi nhẹ với 22 triệu con và tăng trưởng trở lại vào năm 2021 với 28 triệu con. Sản lượng thịt lợn hơi xuất chuồng cũng giảm mạnh năm 2019, 2020 xuống còn 3,5 triệu tấn, nay đã tăng lên 3,9 triệu tấn. Sự phục hồi này có được là do ngành chăn nuôi lợn đã đẩy mạnh thực hiện vùng an toàn dịch bệnh. Bên cạnh đó, việc chuyển dịch từ chăn nuôi quy mô nhỏ lẻ sang chăn nuôi quy mô trang trại mạnh mẽ cũng góp phần khôi phục nhanh chóng ngành chăn nuôi lợn. Theo đó, năm 2011, cả nước có khoảng hơn 4,1 triệu cơ sở chăn nuôi, thì đến năm 2016 chỉ còn 3,4 triệu. Sau đợt khủng hoảng năm 2017, về giá thịt lợn, số cơ sở chăn nuôi lợn tiếp tục giảm mạnh xuống còn 2,5 triệu, và đến nay con số này chỉ còn 2 triệu cơ sở chăn nuôi.
Chúng ta thấy cái tái cơ cấu chăn nuôi lợn đang đi rất đúng hướng, là khi mà tổng kết năm 2019 thì cái sản lượng thịt lợn ở các hộ chăn nuôi nhỏ lẻ chiếm tới 52%, bây giờ chỉ còn 37-40%.
Cũng theo Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển Nông thôn, trong 5 năm qua, tỷ lệ chăn nuôi nông hộ giảm từ 5 đến 7% một năm. Riêng từ năm 2019 đến 2021, cơ sở chăn nuôi nhỏ quy mô nông hộ giảm từ 15 đến 20%. Đến nay, sản lượng lợn sản xuất trong nông hộ nhỏ lẻ tiếp tục giảm mạnh, còn 35 đến 40%. Còn lại là sản lượng lợn trong hộ chuyên nghiệp và quy mô trang trại. Đây chính là bước chuyển dịch cơ cấu chăn nuôi để từng bước hiện đại hóa ngành chăn nuôi, hướng đến mục tiêu phát triển bền vững.
Thực hiện chiến lược này, kế hoạch đến năm 2030, tổng đàn lợn sẽ ổn định ở quy mô đầu con, có mặt thường xuyên là khoảng 30 triệu con. Trong đó đàn lợn nái dao động khoảng 2,5 triệu con, đàn lợn ngoại nuôi trang trại, công nghiệp chiếm 70%. Theo đó, chủ trương chăn nuôi sẽ hướng tới chất lượng và giá trị gia tăng hơn là số lượng. Chăn nuôi lợn Việt Nam nói riêng và chăn nuôi nói chung sẽ phát triển công nghiệp năng suất cao, sản lượng lớn, đồng thời khuyến khích chăn nuôi nông hộ truyền thống theo hướng chuyên nghiệp hóa, chăn nuôi hữu cơ, áp dụng công nghệ cao vào sản xuất. Chiến lược phát triển ngành chăn nuôi giai đoạn 2021-2030, tầm nhìn đến năm 2045 cũng xác định các mục tiêu cụ thể cho ngành chăn nuôi. Đó là mức tăng trưởng giá trị sản xuất giai đoạn 2021-2025, trung bình từ 4 đến 5% một năm. Giai đoạn 2026 đến năm 2030, trung bình từ 3 đến 4% một năm. Sản lượng thịt xẻ các loại đến năm 2025 đạt từ 5 đến 5,5 triệu tấn. Đến năm 2030 đạt từ 6,0 đến 6,5 triệu tấn. Trong đó xuất khẩu từ 15 đến 20% sản lượng thịt lợn, từ 20 đến 25% thịt và trứng gia cầm.
Được chứng nhận an toàn dịch có 3.705 lượt cơ sở vùng chăn nuôi an toàn gia súc gia cầm tại tỉnh, thành phố và cấp cơ sở được chứng nhận an toàn dịch bệnh. Riêng các tỉnh, thành phố thuộc khu vực Đông Nam Bộ đã xây dựng được 575 cơ sở chăn nuôi gia cầm và 567 cơ sở chăn nuôi heo an toàn dịch bệnh còn hiệu lực với một hoặc nhiều bệnh trên gia súc. Đối với việc xuất khẩu, Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển Nông thôn đang thực hiện dự án xây dựng vùng an toàn dịch bệnh theo tiêu chuẩn OIE. Theo đó, đến năm 2025, xây dựng vùng của 9 huyện thuộc 3 tỉnh Bình Dương, Bình Phước và Đồng Nai đối với vùng chăn nuôi gia cầm của các bệnh cúm gia cầm và Newcastle, và xây dựng vùng của 7 huyện thuộc 2 tỉnh Bình Dương và Bình Phước của bệnh lở mồm long móng, dịch tả lợn cổ điển, dịch tả lợn châu Phi và tai xanh. Định hướng đến năm 2030, xây dựng thành công các chuỗi vùng chăn nuôi an toàn dịch bệnh theo quy định của Việt Nam và tiêu chuẩn của OIE tại vùng Đông Nam Bộ. Từ đó nhân rộng mô hình, vận dụng xây dựng các vùng an toàn dịch bệnh tại các địa phương khác trên phạm vi cả nước, thúc đẩy tăng nhanh xuất khẩu động vật và sản phẩm động vật.
Ladies and gentlemen, so I would like to deliver the presentation in Vietnamese. Our presentation will focus on development of the animal slaughtering and processing industry and the livestock products market in Vietnam. In terms of the context, we know that the development of value chain and improving qualities are very important in the policies of the agriculture industry of Vietnam. So, for example, we have the project of restructuring of agriculture as well as the strategy for sustainable development of agriculture. So they include the contents related to the value chains, and the Prime Minister also approved the strategy for the development of livestock, and the MAT also developed 5 items to implement the strategy. We also try to develop the market as well as the slaughtering industry, and the MAT also assigned the IFPRI to develop the projects with the support from SICA, and we have reviewed and the survey as well as developed the report for MAT to develop the strategy, and it is going to be approved, developed and approved shortly. And I can maybe I can skip the methodology because for the methodology we have discussed a lot already. So now I would like to talk about the context of the livestock industry in Vietnam. If we look at the indicators in the past 5 years, in the past 10 years, we developed significantly. The average growth is from 5 to 6% per year, and livestock contribution in agriculture is 25.2% in 2020, and the average growth rate of production in the period for meat is 4.2% per year, eggs 10.4%, and the fresh milk 13.35% per year. and we produce 5.1 million tons of meat, and this and as well as the meat and the milk enough for the domestic use and export. So if we look at the structure of the meat industry, we see that pork is a prominent one, and we can see that it accounts for the high proportion. And in 2020, it reduced a little bit, but it's still more than 60%. And for the poultry, it's so increasing, and we also see that in the structure of meat in Vietnam, it's also changing. If we look at the supply chain of livestock products in Vietnam, we see that the supply chain is not closed and it is not comprehensive. For example, the input supply like the feed or the seed, Vietnam is number one in the South Asia in terms of the volume, and we can export about $1 billion US. And for the meat production, Vietnam ranked number 5 in live production in the world. And for the poultry, particularly duck, we just rank after China. In terms of the number of the heads. However, in the value chain, the slaughtering is a bottleneck of Vietnam, and in 2016, 2017, we have a surplus in Vietnam, but and then we cannot export very well. So that's why the slaughtering, processing, and distribution of the products is very critical for Vietnam, and they are the target for us to close the value chain and to improve the value chain. So for the slaughtering, processing, and market development of Vietnam, where are they now, and what are the achievements and what are the disadvantages? So I will speak quickly about the achievements. First, we can see that in slaughtering and processing, we can see that in the past 5 years, what we can see clearly is that slaughtering and processing in Vietnam have attracted many different companies and investors to invest in slaughtering and processing of meat and milk. For example, Hòa Phát, CP, Masan, they have invested in slaughtering and processing, and in the past 3 years, from 2017 to 2020, then we attracted about 700 million US dollars, and that facilitated the application of technology, and we have a more diversified products so that the producer can have more products. For example, now we have a meat-only products, and we also have more brands for the animal products. So this can protect the products in the more highly competing market, and the food safety is also improved. So these are the achievements for the development of the industry in Vietnam. I also would like to talk about some limitations. We can see that the rate of the increase is very low, just about 2.3%. And now we see that the concentrated slaughtering establishment with the right processing, it is only 1.7%. And for the cattle, that is for the poultry, and then for the cattle and for the cattle and poultry, it is only 25 to 30%. And there are also many unlicensed small slaughter establishments. And about the technology, in addition, like apart from the big companies, otherwise the technologies for the small establishments, they are very outdated. In our survey, we found out that the investment in the technology and the machines is very low, just about like less than 500 million for such establishments. And most of the technology are from China, and the high technology from developed country is very, very limited. So we can see that the picture is very gray. In terms of market development, in terms of exporting, we can see that now we have exported to 160 countries in the world with a total value of about 600 million per year, and it can increase in the coming time. And our meat has been exported to more particular markets, for example, Japan or US or EU. So we have a capability to penetrate the most particular markets in the world. And in the country, we see that we have developed the distribution channels. We have diversified the distribution channels, particularly the high level distribution channels. For example, DH True Milk, they have the distribution which is very, very specialized. It's just like Apple. And we also conducted a survey on the consumers. And after the COVID-19, the consuming, the purchasing through such systems, such channels increased a lot. Yeah, so that's why the distribution channels are very, very important in market and development in Vietnam. However, the market development is limited because now the animal products are mainly depending on the market, domestic market, and we just export for 600 million US dollars. And for the negotiation with other countries for exporting also challenging. We face the trade barriers, and maybe the trade promotion activities also limited. In Vietnam, we do not have we have not developed the safe livestock zones yet. So in the coming time, we can see that there could be the impact of integration and the technology and the demand in the coming time. So the population is increasing, and according to the forecast of the FAO, the investments will increase in the region. So we think that there will be some trends for the animal slaughtering and processing. We can develop the slaughtering and processing industry oriented by the modernization and restructuring of the livestock in Vietnam for up to 2030 and vision to 2045. And we also need to develop a large scale corporations and enterprises that can apply technologies, and then we can produce high value products and can penetrate the particular markets. And we also need to promote investment and application of science technology so that we can have more popular brands and better quality of the products. And due to the time constraint, so I will present this very quickly. So for some development indicators, we will increase the value of the animal products so that we can have increase in the processed livestock, and we also have a more advanced processing and slaughtering establishment. And for the market development by 2030, we will reach $3 to $4 billion US, the export. In order to achieve such objective, I would like to summarize some key points. We have to invest more in the slaughtering establishments, and we see that now we have a new planning law. So we also have to review the slaughterhouses, and we also have to invest more in the technologies, the systems, and the infrastructure for slaughtering and processing. And we also need to ensure the inputs so that we can connect the production as well as the processing. And we have some tasks that we can focus on. That is, we invest in developing identification and traceability systems, as well as a technical infrastructure, innovative technologies for industrial preservation and processing, wholesale markets, and auction centers associated with the concentrated and disease control livestock production zones. So if we can develop this, then it is very good for us to develop the industry. And the next focus task for us is that we have to develop the linkage change and the logistics systems, because you may know that we have many ideas from the experts that we need to develop the expressway for the slaughtering and processing industry. Actually, we have to connect between the production zones as well as the slaughtering and processing facilities so that we can facilitate the processing industry. And we also develop the zones that are safe from the diseases, and we also have to organize the production based on the standards system. For example, based on the OIE for the safety and biosecurity of the facilities. And we also have to promote trade for the animal products. So in the country, we need to organize auctions or the big markets so that we can connect the system. And then we also need to develop the models because the government have the program for developing the domestic and the indigenous products, and this is also a direction for us. And for the export market for the animal products, it is also clear that the negotiation is important, and we also need to connect with different enterprises in foreign countries. Now it is very limited and quick, so we need to improve that better, and we also need to connect with the markets such as EU, US, or Japan, China, ASEAN. With that, then we we have different solutions. So due to the time constraint, we cannot go to the details. First, we have to improve the policy, and it is clear that we do not have the national standards for the products, for example, like mint fish or the sausages or the investment of the companies of the industry of the enterprises is big, but more than 20,000 establishments, 20 among them, 70% of them are not licensed. So if we do not control them well, then the competitiveness is very limited. And then in terms of the scientific research, it is also very important, and the application of technology is also very critical for structuring and processing and market development, and communication and propaganda is also very important. Maybe you have heard about that. You can see that now in Vietnam, they often prefer like fresh meat, and the communication and propaganda is very important, so that we can prevent spreading of the diseases, for example, foot and mouth diseases or the ISF, and we also develop a database, and I would like to say that now this work is very limited in Vietnam. So I would like to stop my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pham, for that very comprehensive presentation. Providing a reaction would be the Vice Director for Agro-Processing and Market Development Authority of the MARD. Also another Dr. Pham Van Doy, please. Thank you. I think he's joining. Yes, please. Have a seat. Is he joining virtually? Oh, here. Okay. Sir.
Xin chào các quý bà và quý ông tham dự cái diễn đàn ngày hôm nay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the forum today. So first of all, on behalf of the leadership of Agro-Trade from the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Vietnam, I would like to extend to you a sincere thanks to the organizer, to the leadership of Agri-Trade, and in particular myself, to participate in our high-level policy forum of ATMI-ASEAN, the second forum for 2022, with a topic of ASEAN food system transformation, addressing food security and inclusiveness concerns post-COVID. So our research has pointed out that, and also while looking at the contributions to the forum this time, we think it's highly relevant, not just for Vietnam, so that we can gather valuable information and learn from the experience of other countries. But I believe that other delegations here can gather valuable information just like us, in order to promote agricultural development for the 9 ASEAN member states in this highly turbulent time. So on behalf of Agro-Trade, Mark, and myself,
I would like to express my appreciation, and once again, I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to all of you, and I wish our forum a great success. Ladies and gentlemen, joining the forum today, and in my capacity as a manager from Agri-Trade, I would like to provide you with some further information and to clarify the presentation of Dr. Phạm Duy Khánh regarding the agricultural sector of Vietnam. I'd like to provide the latest update to you as of the end of 2021. Our statistics shows that on an annual basis, we produce about 25 million tons of vegetable of all sorts, including 14 to 15 million of vegetables and about 10 million tons of fruit. And regarding animal husbandry, we have about 5.4 million tons of meat of all sorts, as Mr. or Dr. Khánh mentioned before. By the end of 2021, we have a total of 25.1 million tons. We have about 12 billion eggs and 1.1 million tons of milk. For fishery, we have about 8.5 million tons, of which 4 million is for natural fishing and the rest is from agriculture. Given those figures, actually, we have put in a lot of efforts in organizing our value chain and to organize production in association with processing and commercialization. However, the results is below our expectation. Well, our latest figure shows that as of 2021, we exported more than 46 million USD in value. But I think that is quite negligible compared to domestic consumption. Also, the government of Vietnam has adopted a policy to restructure the agricultural sector of Vietnam, and our government has issued a series of strategies, including for farming, for fishery, for forestry, and also in particular the livestock strategy, which was already approved in Decision 1520 in January 2020. So these are the initial platforms that were advised by us. So we were involved in the recently approved project on animal slaughtering and processing, presented to you by Mr. Khánh. And regarding the livestock strategy to 2030 with a vision to 2045, and given the current scale and potential in terms of young animals, in terms of modernization potentials, etc. So the potential for meat, dairy, and eggs can increase by 30 to 40% compared to the current status quo. This is a significant figure. And in order to further improve the efficiency and performance of livestock and to promote sustainable development, the Prime Minister has already approved a recent project on developing the slaughtering industry and commercialization of animal husbandry products. And MART has tasked Agri-Trade to act as the leading agency to collaborate with IFPRI-South to develop this strategy. And recently, Dr. Khánh provided to you some outlines of the strategy. So after working with IFPRI-South, we were informed that IFPRI-South has already got a program to work with SICA to gather relevant information and to learn from global experience and methodologies and solutions to develop various projects and strategies for the animal husbandry industry. So we think very highly of these efforts. And even the leadership of MART, we do recognize this effort. So since the establishment of the project, 4 solutions were recommended. Dr. Khánh mentioned before, and now let me reiterate that. The first one is to reallocate the slaughtering systems following centralization, modernization, investment on equipment, and connection with processing. The second one is investment in a system for tracking and tracing, and investment in technologies for preservation and processing. Third, investment in value chains and logistics. And the final one is to improve the performance of trade promotion for animal husbandry products. So after we submit all of the drafts to the Office of the Government, we have received positive feedback, and to share with you, the proposed project has been submitted to the Office of the Government and now pending for Prime Ministerial approval. And we hope that within this year, the project will be approved. And also, we're seeing that the collaboration between CCAR and IFPRI has brought about very laudable results. And now between IFPRI and Agri-Trade, we are still advising MART on a demand, supply forecasting and price forecasting program. Also, we are developing a database for monitoring and also to issue warnings concerning agricultural products in general and livestock products in particular. And we really hope that we can build upon the results that have been realized in the recent time, so that we can gain even more in the future from this cooperation. And we hope that from Agri-Trade, so we hope that we could be engaged in this process to share with you and to learn from your sharing. And we hope to gather lessons and experience to advise as fast as possible to MART. So those are a few short comments of ours. And well, I'm very pleased to share this with you. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for your attention, and I wish all of you good health and our forum a great success. Thank you very much.
May I request that Dr. Phams to please occupy, since we have just 15 minutes left in our program. So we can proceed with Lau, and hopefully we can still have some time for Q&A at the end of Lau's presentation. I have decided to donate 10 minutes of my time. I'll be the presentation after the coffee break. So I think I can finish mine in 20 minutes so that we can have time to entertain questions for at least 10 minutes after this session. Assuming that Lau can complete, because I think there's only one presenter under the Lau session, Dr. Alay. Dr. Alay is a lecturer at the Faculty of Economics and Business Management at the National University of Laos, where he teaches econometrics, development studies, and regional economic integration. He has a PhD in economics from Kobe University, and he is chock full of research related to trade, poverty reduction, health, industrial policy. So presenting the roadmap for presenting the strategies and policy recommendations for the maize industry in Lao PDR is Dr. Alay von Visay. Is it okay if you can stay? Because we'll have a Q&A for... Okay, please, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It won't take too much time because as a plan, we have the two presentation, roadmap and strategy. Luckily, I just put some roadmap that we used to do on workshop last time in Vientiane online. Oh, okay. Okay. First, I would like to characterize the maize production in Laos first, because maize is the most common temporary cash crop in northern Laos, besides they're growing rice. And one one of 9 priority crop for the market orientation is maize, and most imported input for maize production in Laos are import, and 100% imported hybrid seed and labor intensive. And right now we have the MOU for export quota to China, and all the maize export we export to China, Thailand, and Vietnam. And for the upstream is the seed and land preparation and pesticides, fertilizers, labor, and production and yields. So as you can see, the first 3 items are imported from neighboring countries such as Thailand and Vietnam and China. And the downstream for this maize production, we have the producer, village collector, larger trader, and export to China and Thailand and Vietnam. And last time for the roadmap, we have the vision that we want to rapid the hybrid maize value chain and expand on inclusiveness and green growth in 2000 and 2030. For the vision, mostly we want to increase the productivities around 20% in 2025. And we want to continue to grow to 2030. And the other one is improve the production technology, such as to reach the SPS standard and green growth. And the last one is increase the supplier raw material to a local food industry to reduce imported animal feed from 60% to 40% in 2025. Because in Laos we have 8 or 9 animal feed factories in Laos, but most all of them are under production. So we hope the maize can be the value change for the animal feed in Laos. So the key resolve area is we want to introduce smart agricultural climate practice, such as variety, soil and water, weed and pesticide management, and improve post-harvesting process and grading, expand maize production area, and support development of farmer group and cooperative, and policy support to link farmer group to local feed industry. So the strategy here, actually we can divide it in 3 parts. One is boost the production output, which when we look at the 9 5-year agricultural, forestry, and rural development plan for Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, they don't specifically mention about the crops such as the maize, which we can develop the more strategy to improve this output, because in the national strategy, they mention most of the improve the production output, but they don't specify on maize especially. And the other one, after we have a more output of the maize, we can boost and export to neighboring countries such as China and Thailand and Vietnam. But the next strategy is we have to have a better strategy to eliminate the non-tariff barrier which occur between Thai and Laos mostly, and China is sometimes if the collector is a Chinese, it won't have a problem. But if the collector is a Laos, they still can face some non-tariff barrier. And the last strategy, we want to integrate the the maize production to improve the local feed industry value chain. And this one because as I mentioned earlier, most we import the animal feed almost 60%, and we can produce only 40% if the maize production is we can go into the local feed industry value chain. It can help to improve the local production of animal feed, and in that sense, it can also will help to improve the price of the maize in the country, because they will have more choice, not only to export to another country, but it can be sold back to the local industry in Laos. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ale. Please have a seat. Paul Ramirez has some quick updates on policy studies for Lao PDR under the ATMI project. Paul, please.
Yeah, can you share the presentation, please? All right, so good afternoon, everyone from Vietnam. What I will be doing is a very quick update, just to provide some highlights on the Lao PDR stakeholders consultation workshop that happened last week. All right, so the initial policy study was done pre-COVID pandemic, and we find that it's very important to do some updates in relation to the current situation. And therefore, last week, the ATMI-ASEAN project decided to organize a stakeholder consultation workshop in Chiang Khong province that was conducted in hybrid format. So the face-to-face event was participated by representatives from the Provincial Agriculture and Forestry Office, or the PAFO. Also, key value chain players in the maize value chain were invited, like farmers, traders, processors, even those working on the feeds, like the I think CP company, and some representatives also from the academe and from the district agriculture and forestry office as well. And of course, members of the research team and the CIRCA team were also there. Then the virtual Zoom room, the other members of the research team and the CIRCA PSC were also there to join and participate. So what are the basic objectives of this particular workshop? Well, the idea is to understand and assess the current situation on the maize industry in Lao PDR, and to be able to gather insights and recommendations for us to be able to update the policy study that was completed in 2019. So the expected outputs for this particular workshop was the workshop proceedings, which will be hopefully available by first week of June, and the updated version of the policy study by mid-June. So in terms of the process, so there's a preliminary, the preliminaries were done. Then there was a presentation of the policy study by Dr. Lanoy, and then followed by an open forum. So after that, there was a presentation of the current situation of the value chain during the pandemic from a representative from the PAFO, and then followed by an open forum. Then there were panel and plenary discussions where questions were asked and insights and recommendations from the group were collected. So what are the highlights of that particular consultation meeting? Well, according to the initial communication with Dr. Lanoy, many of the key findings in the 2019 maize value chain are still relevant. But from the consultation, there are also some opportunities and issues emerging that was mentioned by the participants, and these are some of them. So this is just based on our initial communication, what the proceedings and the updated policy study would contain more or less some more details about these things. So there were issues related to the maize seed supply, especially in terms of availability of the good variety in consideration of the changing environmental conditions like soil quality or land quality in the province. There are also opportunities available for farmer groups and cooperatives, like more marketing or bargaining power and systematic and collective action. So that was also a recommendation on how to move forward. There was also mention of a recent increase in the price of maize that actually led to more greater expansion or land conversion in the area, which was somehow an issue mentioned. Overuse and over-application of agrochemicals like fertilizers and pesticides were also brought up. And I think in line with Dr. Eli's presentation, support to animal feed processing industry in order to improve the feed supply value chain was also mentioned as a good opportunity for improving the current maize value chain as well. Yeah, so that's a brief summary of that, and we hope we can share more once the policy study becomes available for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. So as I said, I'm willing to have my presentation on regional roadmap to start at 3:40. So with your indulgence, we can have a 10-minute coffee break in a while. But for now, I'll be entertaining some Q&A. I understand that there's one, Lois, from the chat. Could you kindly read it, please? Yes, Lois. Okay, while we're waiting for that, what about from the floor? Kindly keep your questions and answers brief.
I can read
okay,
a question from the chat.
All right.
So this is for Professor Cabardo from Joy Jamago, Central Mindanao University, Philippines. So the question is, the comment, thank you for such extensive work. Small-scale backyard hog raising is always a good investment for small households in rural areas. But will there be also policies on proper zoning and better ordinance which households can be permitted to do hog raising for sanitation and noise concerns? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the question. As for the pulses, is it pulses? Policies.
Policy.
Okay. So with regards to the residential areas, actually during our field work, when we were asking with regards to the location of the processing facilities and even the farms, there were zoning policies that were formulated. Unfortunately, the facilities or probably the processing plants or even the farms have existed prior to when the first policies have been formulated. So what can you do when they have been already there in the location and then you were trying to zone them as a processing area or possibly a residential area when in fact they were the ones who first bought the land and established the business there. So that's where the conflict comes in because they were the first settlers there. So for the succeeding enterprises that are going into these businesses in the pork industry, they're the ones that are complying with those policies. But those who have settled first, there's that conflict, and in any in any court, they will still win because they were the first settlers in the area. So rest assured that the sanitation policies regarding these things are being implemented. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more from the chat? All right. So you may ask for any country and any of the speakers, please, from the floor in the physical meeting. All right. It seems that, oh yes, please, Roy, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Ribo. I represent 7 national farmers organizations in the Philippines. And we are quite happy to see the roadmap being proposed here by different countries. Our main concern, not only in the Philippines, but also in other roadmaps that that are being developed is that where does the roadmap starts? No, does it start with the consolidation, or does it start with the farms? Farmers are concerned and would like to engage in the entire value chain, in the full value chain, and that would mean us also involving in farm, doing as part of that full value chain. And hence, we would also like to see if these roadmaps would also assure farmers with the income that would motivate them to actively participate, engage in more production, if we want to go into volume, quality, assured supply. That would mean farmers should have that kind of incentive, no, of motivation to do this kind of farming. That would also, again, be part of the whole full value chain, no, that we're talking about. So having said that, I was thinking, no, that perhaps it would be best also if we could also identify or perhaps put some figures. If we want to see, I was comparing a little while back, how much would a farmer earn for them to be motivated, no, in doing farming happily, prosperously, no? For the Philippines, could it be 10,000 pesos per month? They earn income from that. In Vietnam, is it 4.5 million or 5 million dong of Vietnam dong? In other countries? So, and then how do we do this? No? How do we make this happen, this roadmap, that everyone, as what IFAD has been telling us, that no one should be left behind, no, including the farmers. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jewel.
Thank you, sir, for your question. So first, let me share what we got from our fieldwork results. So some farmers are hesitant actually to cluster themselves. Why? Because there's this sense of like you have to be cooperative with these people, to those things. So the value of consolidation or cooperation is not yet being recognized by some of these smallholders. However, in the case of the Cooperative Development Authority, who participated in the stakeholder consultation workshops, they were very motivated to take part in promoting cooperation and consolidation of these farms, so that the farmers would be motivated to be members of these cooperatives. And some cooperatives that we interviewed have really shown benefits, especially during the ASF, wherein despite some of them not receiving aid from the government, these farms themselves were able to help each other in these times. So in this case, I think the roadmap is also trying to encourage how we will promote, inviting them to consolidate themselves. I think I mentioned that a while ago, that that's one of the strategies that we will try to implement. And in terms of including the other smallholders, the private sector is very interested in also how to reach out to the smallholders so that they can also participate, not just as the producers, but also as the processors themselves. And in addition, there's also this, drive to also help them in capacitating so that the technical gap in terms of the quality that you can provide to the processors can also be achieved by the smallholders.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So with this, I officially bring a close to this session on the national roadmaps. I am grateful for your patience and delaying of your coffee break, to which we can now proceed. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you so much for excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. to participate in this Zoom video taping, but particularly for a special case for Myanmar. In fact, of course, all of us are invited to participate in Vietnam. Somehow, we impose ourselves not to do international travel because of our internal procedures is too close. And of course, myself is my family limitation, and so we were not able to come. But at least with the advance of technology, we were able to participate. Of course, these are ATMI, Agriculture Transformation and Market Integration and ASEAN project. In fact, it started during my tenure as a permanent secretary. So it was quite well, of course, ongoing. And in fact, this is a very important exercise for Myanmar, particularly for Department of Agricultural Planning, which is undergoing the series of process for transformation in itself. So some sort of with your ATMI project, and the ministry is already undergoing with institutional transformation as well. Agricultural transformation not necessarily mean practical transformation of the agricultural production, but also all the stakeholders involved, particularly for a Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation, Livestock and Irrigation, and other line ministry are undergoing the some sort of successive, what you call the transformation. So your study, your project, of course, our project is very much in line with Myanmar policy reform. In fact, Myanmar is undergoing, of course, amid all the crisis, pandemic and our political situation, we are still continue to transform ourselves to integrate our market in the regional level, which is very good. Therefore, very beginning, and I would like to commend IFPRI-South for taking this initiative for ATMI-ASEAN project. In fact, Myanmar is the most steady for agricultural development in the last 15 years. So considerable number of literatures available and accumulated in many different versions. So we didn't have any problem to participate in your project implementation. It is very good for us, and luckily I was nominated by Department of Agricultural Planning to as a leading expert for value chain, which is not my really strength. I'm a plant breeder, in fact, but somehow your project not only transform agriculture, I have to undergo my personal transformation as well. Now I'm a businessman now. Therefore, I started working on the as a seed trader as well as wild seed trader to understand what is really going on in Myanmar. The policy is already the second democratic government time. Department of Agricultural Planning, its initiative, and the ministry has already drafted the Myanmar Agricultural Development Strategy, so-called ADS. ADS was participated by many stakeholders in wide consultation throughout the country. And your project is very much in line with agricultural development strategy. Now I felt that it is now time to look at and review what we have done the last 5 years about ADS. Under ADS, your projects are already put in the good place and good fit. So it has changed, particularly focusing on value chain development policy. After I participated in your project, and I have learned that also, our people has learned that the whole agricultural development, agricultural transformation is supposed to be the wider approach and holistic approach. So this value chain study make us to undergo the holistic approach. Previously, we are researchers. I came from the Department of Agricultural Research and particularly narrowly focused. We never pay attention to all the stakeholders involved in the value chain, crop value chain. Similarly, not only pulses, but also rice and other vegetable crops and other, for example, like animal product or marine product and those type of things. Without equal participation, equal stake of the actors involved. There is no movement for agricultural transformation in Myanmar. So I think your projects are already fine-tuned. I don't want to say shaped. It is more than shaped, fine-tuned our endeavors for agricultural transformation. Now we are undergoing ourselves, particularly Department of Agriculture, initiated cotton value chain by themselves. Cotton value chain analysis and cotton value chain road mapping, some sort of study already going on. In fact, now I'm also helping some of my colleagues. They are outside of the ministry. They participated in the UN agency. So they are doing now a groundnut value chain study and corn value chain study, and of course the chili value chain study and soybean value chain study, which is very important. In Myanmar, we are in fact narrowly focused on biology only. So agribusiness development is now under the leadership of the minister. As you are rightly aware, the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation itself is the renowned agricultural economist. So he knows the value of the value chain study. He is expecting a lot from this pulses value chain study. Of course, not only us, but also regional study involved, Vietnam experience, the Cambodia experience, and some sort of Lao experience also. We are very much, keen to learn from their experience. So this is what it is, and you have not only shaped our agricultural policy, but also fine-tuned our policy. Now we know. Important thing is our senior people should probably initiate those type of study with our own budget. So now Department of Agriculture Planning has transformed itself into all agribusiness, and Department of Agriculture is also doing this. Yesterday I attended the research conference or annual conference with research. So largely the pitfall between this is the agricultural research and extension are really in the linking is very weak. So regarding with the value chain, there is no gap for the linking. There is no gap in the linkage. So therefore, I think your project help us a lot and create the mutual learning platform, and all people were able to learn the value of the value chain. And of course, road mapping is also, this is a distinction between other study in Myanmar is a road mapping. Road mapping is a very good planning exercise for our people. Therefore, I'll be very grateful for SIAGA and IFPRI for taking this initiative to work with Myanmar, and through, of course, take all things. Actually, probably I believe that this is the only project we have now in the international cooperation right now. Of course, I believe there are many more will come. Regarding the third question is we'd like to share our finding. Our finding is, of course, we already have quite successful experience. Myanmar policy's case is we call it laissez-faire approach, the less government intervention, which is the exemplary for the private-led agribusiness development. But still, we really have to fine-tune. Our market is really, Myanmar advantage is we are situated between the two great countries, India and China. So most of our policies, I believe more than 85 or 90% of our product already go to India, particularly for pigeon pea and chickpea, and of course these legumes go to black gram, so-called black gram. So black gram is a Vigna radiator, not Vigna radiator, Vigna mango. So this is quite amazing. India is situated near us, and it is the largest pulses consuming countries in the world. So we're lucky enough. But although we think that we are lucky, but we have to be very careful about global competition. So the question is, are we competitive enough? Now, India market is supplied by African market, African producer like Kenya and Malawi and Mozambique, and even then some sort of other countries, Tanzania as well. They have international trade center already help us in our Ministry of Commerce, as well as those ministry of those countries come up with a similar study about a pulses value chain. In our country, they didn't call it Myanmar roadmap, they call it Myanmar export strategy. So, which is not very much difficult for us, and we just review thoroughly and do some necessary addition, necessary deletion, and those try to summarize things. So, which is very important. So, China, some sort of a green grant called Vigna Radiata is already, has great market to China. But Chinese market, we have to be very careful, not only competitive enough, but also their requirement is too strict, particularly for sanitary, phytosanitary issues are very much important. Therefore, one thing is we really have to, our government side, we really have to prepare for that sanitary, phytosanitary procedures. It should be conducive enough to the private sector. Private sector is in fact a no-nonsense organization. Unless they have a profit, they will not do it. That's for sure. And we always say that in our senior level policy, we always say, okay, value addition. We'll have to produce a value-added product. In fact, in reality, after our finding, it is not the case. So India, China, and Thailand, they already have their value addition industry.
And thank you so much for today you have many roles. So a little bit more about Dr. Briones is he has authored numerous published research papers and co-edited 5 books, and the latest of which is a recipient of the National Academy of Science and Technology Book Award. So please, Dr. Briones, thank you.
Thanks, Anik. So good afternoon. So I know that we're still winding down from our coffee, but just bear with me a few more minutes. First slide, please. All right, so what is this regional roadmap, since we all have already these national roadmaps? Well, actually, we'll be discussing what that is, and then moving to a little bit of the profile of the maize meat value chain, although this has been covered extensively in the national roadmaps. Then a little bit more on overall broad supply, demand, and trade trends in the whole maize meat value chain, and some snapshot of regional cooperation initiatives, and finally, assessment and recommendations. Next. So what is this road mapping, regional roadmap all about? Next. So as part of the overall, all right, oh, thank you. As part of the overall ATMI project concept note, there was supposedly the development of a regional roadmap which aims to enhance cooperation among the ASEAN member states in food security and agricultural development. So this would lead to the preparation of strategic programs and further efforts in R&D, food safety and quality standards, and so on. This particular exercise focuses on an agricultural value chain involving intra-ASEAN trade. So there are actually many such commodities actively traded, but we highlighted one value chain where there's a big role in domestic food security and also considerable intra-ASEAN trade. So we settled on the maize meat roadmap. We covered 2 aspects of this road mapping exercise, namely initiatives and prospects for regional cross-border trade. So instead of the domestic actions, which was the national roadmaps, we wanted to highlight initiatives and prospects for expanding regional cross-border trade involving all the elements of that chain, namely maize, the feed industry, because maize goes to the feed. I think it's quite familiar now, the setup of the industry after all of those roadmap presentations. Further into the meat, which is mainly, we've isolated here, swine and poultry. and some aspects which are processed, such as processed pork and processed chicken. We also cover in this regional roadmap initiatives and prospects for regional cooperation. So expanding the regional trade. So what are those? That could involve domestic actions. That could also involve regional cooperation actions, which is the subject of the second one. So initiatives and prospects for regional cooperation in the maize meat value chain. Now, unlike, say, Philippines, which did a lot of extensive stakeholder consultation, we lack the time to be able to do similar such exercise. So for logistical reasons, we limited the development of this value chain assessment, actually, to experts and governments, although there's a way forward recommendation towards the end that gives it the flavor of a roadmap. So this is an example of one such regional value chain. So example is pulses. If you have green gram from Myanmar going to the processing industry in China and is imported as pastries in Philippines, so at least Myanmar and Philippines are part of the ASEAN value chain. So that could be a regional roadmap for this particular chain. Or the one we actually selected is maize in Cambodia, supplying the feed industry in Vietnam, and then supplying the swine industry for Thailand, and then that swine industry for domestic consumption, also in Thailand. So we opted for the latter one. And we did conduct national expert initiative, national expert assessments in the ATMI countries. So unfortunately, we were not able to cover all of ASEAN. We also consulted the sectoral working groups of the ASEAN itself, the sectoral TWG on crops, the one on livestock, and the ATW Guard, the one on agricultural research and development. So we conducted one workshop with them, actually, where we presented a draft of this particular assessment, and we actually actively brainstormed and did a workshop where they also fed us their current initiatives and their own assessment of way forward for this regional roadmap, both in the short term and in the medium term. And I'll be condensing in this report the results of all those exercises, both from the national experts and from that regional ASEAN workshop. So this is one of the few rare instances when we were able to sit together 3 technical working groups. Usually these technical working groups, they meet officially, individually, but for this ATMI organized workshop, we managed to seat them all together. First, I'll give you a brief profile of the maize meat value chain, although this has been already passed over multiple times. Just to summarize, from maize, which is grown widely throughout Southeast Asia, mostly for animal feed, which is for the consumption of the meat industry. The trade is largely smallholder based. It passes through single or multiple layers of traders to reach processors, for which the largest centers, as discussed earlier, are found in Vietnam, followed by Thailand, and is considerable also processing of maize done in China. So quality was highlighted repeatedly as a major constraint in growth and burdening the cost of production for the downstream animal feed industry. Consumption for the meat is the strong point. So this is all driven by rising, strong growing demand for meat, specifically chicken. Although specifically for Vietnam and Philippines, there is rising and high swine consumption, at least before there was a supply constraint due to the ASF outbreak. Production, as I mentioned, mostly small scale, even for the chicken industry and even for the swine industry. Although there is a trend of growing concentration, especially in chicken. So you now find the phenomenon of poultry or broiler integrators, right? Where there's a combined dressing plant and usually a very large scale local production. Now, we find less of that. There's that element also in swine meat production, but less of that. And as discussed, this industry is under current struggle with recovering from the African swine fever. Some quick highlight of trends in international trade, focusing on intra-ASEAN trade. And there are a lot of numbers going on here, but let me condense the main point at the bullet below. ASEAN remains just a minor source of the world's maize. So we're not in any way a major supplier of maize, although production in the region has been expanding. So this is really a growth point. Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Vietnam has been growing faster than their average rates, accelerating since 2000. For chicken meat, ASEAN is a major source of chicken meat, and it has been growing since 2000, even faster, no, in terms of the production than for maize, especially in Indonesia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Meanwhile, swine, not so much. So chicken is a little bit big, but swine, not so a massive production as we see for chicken. ASEAN has been fairly minor producer of swine meat. Production has also basically stagnated, except for the larger producers, namely Vietnam. So you can see here, they're able to produce, they're the most actually, at about 3.6 million tons in 2020. As well as Thailand, it has also shown growth, but its production is still under 1 million tons. All right, what about the trade, intra-ASEAN versus global trade? So for maize exports of ASEAN member states are mostly intra-ASEAN. A top exporter was Thailand, although recently it was replaced in its top spot by Myanmar, hence the big emphasis in Myanmar for the maize, although what was covered here is actually the pulses, no? But let's not forget that Myanmar is actually a very significant player in the maize value chain in ASEAN. Now, on the import side, actually, ASEAN is a significant worldwide maize importer. And the imports have been rising fairly rapidly since around 2000. So from 500,000 imports reaching 4 million ton imports by 2020. By the way, all the figures here are from International Trade Center, which process the Comtrade data of United Nations. So now the imports are mostly sourced from outside of ASEAN. So you can see here, this is the third row, okay? At most you have around 1/8 of the imports going to ASEAN coming from other ASEAN. So not a lot of intra-ASEAN trade going on, at least relative to the total bulk of imports. Now, what about chicken meat? For exports, ASEAN is a minor participant in world trade in chicken meat, although exports have been actually rising, as you can see here, growing from, well, close to doubling since 2002 up to 2020. But it's actually more rapid in the case of imports. So if you look at the import side of chicken meat, that's what, more than 5-fold increase in imports of chicken, going into ASEAN member states. Now, ASEAN, going back to success. Okay, going back to exports, ASEAN member state exports of chicken mostly end up outside. So it's not really not much intra-ASEAN trade going on. If they're exporting like Philippines, it's often ending up outside like Japan, no, or Hong Kong. So that's the nature of the trade for chicken meat. How about for swine meat? For swine meat, ASEAN member state imports from outside, swine meat mostly from outside. So you can see very tiny share of ASEAN in the imports, the third line of the ASEAN member states themselves. So whenever ASEAN is importing, it's usually importing from outside ASEAN, the big players like United States, Canada, and other Europe, other sources. I'm not showing you anymore the export side because it's pretty minor and very unimpressive figures, especially for intra-ASEAN trade. All right, so that's a quick overview of the supply and then the demand as well as the trade. Now also a quick overview of the fairly recent regional cooperation initiatives. There turns out to be in the last 5 years quite an inventory. So you can, I understand that the report has been circulated, so I don't need to give so much detail. Tama ba, Ped? The report has been circulated. Excellent. So for the details, please refer to that full report, which is Hopefully, you will also provide comments. We have gotten comments from ASEAN, and we'll be revising and finalizing it soon. But it provides some more additional information on these. We have ASEAN Climate Smart Agriculture Guidelines. There's also in 2017 an ASEAN Animal Identification and Traceability System. There's also in 2018 ASEAN Roadmap for Enhancing Role of Agricultural Cooperatives. So these are all related to maize meat. But more specifically, maize meat, you have the 2020 ASEAN Guidelines for traceability of food and feed. And then for crops related to maize, you have the ASEAN's Strategic Plan of Action for Fall Army Worm Control 2020 up to 2025. So these are the cross-cutting initiatives. There are also specific initiatives, quite a lot, again, from 2017. There's registration of animal vaccines, etc. So ASEAN has been fairly busy, no? All the way up to 2021, where you can see quite clearly as a response to the African swine fever, the ASEAN strategy for exotic, emerging, re-emerging diseases and animal health emergency. Because despite talking all about African swine fever, it's not the first nor the last threat. There's the avian influenza flu. There's all kinds of viruses affecting swine especially, which are the legitimate occasions for transboundary cooperation. So our experts did this assessment for ASEAN member states, their own, so for the ATMI countries. And here are the opportunities: a strong demand for meat, especially chicken, due to rising populations and rapidly growing incomes in ASEAN. So this has in turn driven rising demand for animal feed and for maize as livestock. And turns out that vast areas in Southeast Asia are well suited for growing maize, especially if it's not water abundant enough to grow rice, no? And it's also suitable in upland areas, more suitable at least than the major alternative, which is rice. And maize meat value chain has benefited from adoption of modern varieties all throughout, including the maize and even the modern commercial varieties, especially for broiler and hog. There are economies of scale that are being increasingly realized. So this is more of the strengths in the livestock and poultry. So you can see some of the consolidation trends, especially with poultry. In Southeast Asia, this consolidation has been driven largely by foreign investment, especially in CLMV countries, although in Philippines, it tends to be more domestically based. So again, that strong domestic feed processing industry based on maize, formed in Philippines, Thailand, but Vietnam is the big exporter. A willingness to liberalize trade in general beyond regional trade integration probably accounts for the emergence of a competitive feed industry in Vietnam. This is actually my personal opinion, but we can discuss further. Now, regional cooperation has advanced far in ASEAN in terms of trade integration. So you have basically zero tariffs all around, no, throughout the chain, except maybe some small moderate ones like 5% tariffs of Philippines for maize. But otherwise, it's mostly under the CEPT zero rate. Now, beyond trade, there have been now discussions initiated in cooperation in regional cooperation with regard to transboundary issues. So these are now the second generation, really important. Turns out plant, animal, and human health. So the control of the fall armyworm, which turns out to be spreading across areas, including the spread of the African swine fever and so forth. Weaknesses: there's been limited growth in regional trade in meat products. Smallholder systems remain prominent, and it's been discussed before. And there's been underdevelopment in post-harvest handling, logistics, and processing, also reflected in the national roadmap exercises. There's a threat of continued global price shock and supply disruptions, continuing to threaten the maize meat value chain. So energy could be shocking the system. Fertilizer could be shocking the maize part of that system. The linchpin, which is Myanmar, has been driven by internal conflict. So that's a big, it's been discussed also in the roadmap. Meanwhile, Southeast Asia continues to struggle with the ongoing threat of African swine fever and other animal diseases. So in the end, we have excellent prospects for expanding maize exports. So note, this is maize. I'm not talking about meat, because that actually has kind of a limited scope for expansion. The strong domestic and international demand for maize and strong domestic demand for meat will continue to drive the expansion of the national maize, livestock, and poultry industry. So that is the general reading of the prospects, at least in the medium term, short to medium term. So I cluster the recommendations into two sets. One is a national set of recommendations to address generally, and there's a long laundry list here, to address problems related to smallholder agriculture, like lack of working capital, more innovation and public research and development, extension services, formation of viable producer organizations like cooperatives, better enforcement of regulations towards biosecurity and food safety. Again, repeated, there's been lack of such standards and therefore the sector has been not so competitive. And the need to encourage integrated investments along the maize meat value chain with public-private farmer partnerships. We have seen how powerful private investments have been in this sector. We should continue to harness that and see how the public sector can support that, and of course, how to incorporate small farmer organizations, and especially small farmers themselves, in these partnerships. The next set is regional, and I conclude with this, is to continue the process of regional integration. So actually, we're not saying do something new. ASEAN is already doing this, doing it very well, so please just continue this process of regional integration by harmonization of industry practices and standards in maize and meat products. And I think what's beyond discussing and making those guidelines, there's a need to actually create a system, a viable system for addressing transboundary concerns related to plant, animal, and human health. There's always been discussion on the ARASFF, ASEAN Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed. There is the active website, it's being reported, but there are no evaluations, there's no assessment of how effective it is. If it was patterned after the one in Europe, and by golly, the one in Europe is quite active, and many exporters to Europe know this, and they often get flagged for problems. ARASFF, not so much, because despite all of the guidelines and cooperations, the actual system, the active, say, online system of reporting and then conveying the alert and doing the process of stopping the sale and notifying the private sector of potential interception seems to be not so active, relatively speaking. So moving more onto actual substantive systems on the ground for a more mainstream type of regional cooperation is something that is quite crucial to guide and energize the continued growth and emergence of a intra-ASEAN regional trade in maize and meat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Briones. Now, I invite questions from the whole. Okay, Dr. Devish. Another question, maybe? Okay, two first, yeah. We will limit 2 questions. Maybe from participants, audience in the Zoom, you may type your question on the box, Q&A box on the bottom of your monitor. If we don't have time to respond, we will respond after. Okay, thank you. So please, Dr. Devish.
Thank you. Thanks for a really comprehensive presentation. I just had this one little question that, this is, you looked at intra-ASEAN trade in those commodities like maize, and you probably looked at not so much of growth in intra-ASEAN trade in kind of a negative light, right? And but that's part of market integration. If if Vietnam is venturing out of ASEAN to go to higher end markets, it's going to higher level value chains and so on. So this is a natural kind of a trade diversion, trade creation perspective that would be there. So I was just, our project has been on market integration, but a part of my, it does not really need not advocate that you need to have a market integration comparatively high for ASEAN because its market integration is getting linked to, and now the value chains are anyway getting globalized, right? So I think this, it seemed like there was a tenor of saying that intra-ASEAN trade has not been so dynamic. It has not been, but I probably think that, you know, the way things have been moving in within the ASEAN countries, I would generally see that there would be more outreach to the outside market, and that would see a comparatively slow growth for intra-ASEAN trade. Yeah, so I just, thank you.
Yes. Thanks. Hello. Thanks, Dr. Devesh. Yes, indeed, the focus of the study was regional cooperation and regional integration. So we would look at the first order effect in terms of intra-ASEAN trade. But notice that ASEAN is central to a wide variety of regional preferential trade agreements, most prominently of which is the RCEP. So we can legitimately include China there and hopefully one day India, so in the RCEP. And that would, I think, be a legitimate objective for ASEAN in terms of obtaining greater regional integration, broadening the idea of region. But the point is well taken that beyond the region should not compete with overall globalization. So we shouldn't have trade deflection here. That's the last thing economists want to see, a trade diversion, but rather we want trade creation and trade anywhere for anyone. In fact, let me just highlight again my favorite example. Vietnam, of all the ASEAN member states, was the one willing to drop basically all tariffs on maize, including MFN tariffs, where you saw a much greater reluctance in the other, like Vietnam, Thailand, Thailand and Philippines, no? And I think the result of that is a very thriving and biggest domestic food processing, exporting all over the world, not just in ASEAN. So yes, the point is well taken, should be for trade creation rather than using regional arrangements for trade diversion.
Okay, next question, Mr. Karim. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Dr. Briones, for this presentation. Actually, and this is a good culmination after the series of 5 roadmaps we've seen before. My question is about, again, about the integration. I see some tensions between the individual national roadmaps and the sketch out of the regional one. It's still a work in progress, obviously. So there's still it's not time bound. There are no quantitative objectives about the intra-regional trade, etc., etc. I know that, for instance, for the wheat, for the maize, the intra-region trade is 12.5%, something like that. So I'm wondering whether we could really project ourselves into 5-10 years and say what would be the level of integration if we measure it through this single indicator. So my first point is about the apparent conflict about, for instance, one of the national delegations has said that their objective is to reduce the imports of feed. And they've given really an exact figure about their objective in 2025. Whereas you're saying that there is the emergence of Vietnam as a competitive feed exporter. So I see here a conflict and how this regional roadmap could address this conflict. And then the second point is about the transboundary issues. And I wonder how the African swine flu has been managed region-wide. Are there any examples of regional transboundary issues about these health issues that we can get lessons from and then use it to build or to refine the regional roadmap? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. I just have to reflect the first set of presentations yesterday, Fabricio's talk, right? How this ATMI project came to be, the tension of concern for food security and farmer livelihood versus that impetus or momentum towards regional trade integration. And 5 years, 6 years into this project, I'm afraid I don't have easy answers for that tension. Tension continues to persist, especially since we took a stakeholder engagement route and you have a cacophony of voices there. And some will demand this, some will demand that. We just hope that we can balance and reiterate, no, that in the end, at the regional level, what we want to accomplish is greater cooperation. And there has to be some readjustments, internal domestic readjustments and reallocations, especially if we want this regional, growing regional integration and specialization to work. But in that process, hopefully we can develop elements in the roadmap where the smallholders don't get left behind. Maybe they're not necessarily only working in their current system. Maybe they're pushed to greater competitiveness, or maybe they're a part of a more consolidated system where they become more competitive. This, I think, is as far as we have gone, but yes, we have to acknowledge that the tensions remain. So for prominent examples, Philippines, where the pork producers were kind of adamant that the protections, very high protection rate, 40% tariffs should remain. Otherwise, they will not be able to succeed in the expected actions under the processed pork roadmap. So that's just one example. Now, unfortunately, I don't have good information to answer the second one about the transboundary disease, especially the African swine fever. In Philippines, there's a rumor that actually this was imported to Philippines from live animal trade with Indonesia. It's a possibility, but the fact is it has managed to spread throughout the region. It was not endemic, so yes, there was some transboundary going on, possibly from within ASEAN itself, as in the allegation of Indonesia and Philippines. So there's really that big scope. They have some documents, but again, I think what we need to move to is honest to goodness evaluation of how well the agreed quarantine systems, harmonized quarantine systems are really working, especially with a lot of porous borders in the CLMV countries that I think persist. It was sort of halted a little bit with the COVID-19, but I understand that with the dropping of restrictions, again, that cross-border trade, informal cross-border trade has become as lively as before. So that's as far as I can go, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We still have 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Briones.
Thank you.
And round of applause for him for so many roles today. Now, the next session is the second high-level policy forum. This is the second one. Our first high-level policy forum was organized in Cambodia, and now we are lucky enough that the pandemic is mild enough so we can have in-person hybrid mode high-level policy forum in Hanoi. And now, may I check online? We have a virtual moderator. Is Charlotte? Okay, Charlotte, yes. So we will have Charlotte Hebebrand as the moderator. He's the IFPRI Director on Communication and Public Affairs, who is also based in Washington, D.C. So this is still very early for you. Good morning, Charlotte.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes. Thank you so much. So now I will help to invite the panelists first, and then I will give the stage for you to continue, Charlotte. Okay. May I now invite Dr. Glenn Gregorio, Director of SIERCA, to the stage? Yes. And then Mr. Abdel Karim from IFAD, Lead Regional Economist of IFAD. Dr. Trang Chong Tang. Dr. Tang, I usually call him Dr. Tang, Director General of IFSART. And then the only ladies in the panelists, ma'am, Estrella Penurina of, I usually call her Ma'am Esther. To the stage, please. Yes. And the last, our director, IFPRI-South region, Dr. Shahidur Rashid. Now over to you, Charlotte. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody there in Hanoi.
I miss one panelist. My apology. Dr. Briones, may I invite you to the stage? Yes, another role. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you in Hanoi. It's my pleasure to be with you for this high-level forum. And I know you've had already a very full day, well, almost 2 days already. And so now the topic of our session is we're looking at restructuring the food system in the ASEAN region after, well, we're still somewhat in COVID, as was mentioned. It's a bit milder now than it was, but we are still in the epidemic. But we're looking at how food systems are being restructured after the more severe phase of COVID lockdowns and all of the impacts that had on food systems. So it's my pleasure to have this very distinguished panel with us today. We are going to go through the presentations and then we will be opening up to questions from the audience. Let me start by asking Dr. Shahidur Rashid, our IFPRI Director for South Asia, to kick us off. I think he is well known to all of you. Let me briefly read his bio. He's, of course, a native of Bangladesh, and he has a Master's of Social Science and Economics, as well as a PhD from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. He has a very long and distinguished career working on agriculture and food policy with a focus on Africa and also on Asia. He has done a lot of work for IFPRI from Addis Ababa, and now, of course, is in charge of the South Asia region for IFPRI. So many publications, many memberships, and I will not go into all of those, but you hopefully have his bio at your disposal. So let me turn the floor over to you, Shahid, to kick us off.
Let me also join to thank Charlotte for joining us too early morning from Washington, D.C. And thank all the distinguished panelists who from the region, from the ASEAN region. Professor Dr. Briones, thank you so much for your contribution today. And I know you have done a lot of work about the food system in Southeast Asian nations. We have Dr. Tang from Vietnam, from the IFSA Director General. He actually in the past collaborated with IFPRI, has a lot of experience in the field about the food system. And then we have Dr. Gregorio. He had spent 29 years with IRI, so has a lot of experience on the issues related to Southeast Asian nations. We have AFA representative, experience representing the farmers organization, which is very active in Southeast Asian countries. And then we have Karim Sama, who is still jet-lagged, arrived from Rome only about a few hours ago. So I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today. And to kickstart, I would like to make a couple of statements, or let me just ask the question. Would ASEAN, or would world for that matter, have needed restructuring of food system if there was no COVID? Second question I pose is what has COVID done in terms of expanding the need or importance of the rethinking food system transformation? On the first question, answer is clearly yes, because the way the world food system was moving, it was not sustainable. The expert community, CG system around the world, we understood that it was needed. The food system that we developed was not sustainable. So then second point is, what has COVID done? COVID has expanded the need or urgency of rethinking the second part of our conversation today, addressing food security and inclusiveness. And that is particularly important for the ASEAN countries. Let me start from the first point. Would ASEAN have needed restructuring of food system if we did not have a COVID? Answer is yes. I would like to highlight just one point. That is the staple of Southeast Asian nations, which is rice. Food system in ASEAN countries is a rice-based system. Just a few numbers. ASEAN countries consume 20% of the rice. ASEAN countries account for about 29% of the land allocated to rice globally. Now, rice accounts for about 12% of the greenhouse gas emission. Is this sustainable system? Can we live with that? Expectation was, with the economic transformation, consumption of cereals would go down. It did go down, but not significantly. That we can tell from the numbers of level of consumption and the level of population. In ASEAN nation, population is about 8%, but they're consuming 20% of the rice produced in the world. So the question is, what are their solutions that we need to think about? There are technological solutions. I would leave Gregory to respond to that, because there is a technological solution is to cultivate rice in a way that are environmentally sustainable, or develop varieties that are nutritious and reduces, for example, glycemic index. I know my colleagues at IFPRI have been working on that, but in terms of expansion, we have not seen much. This is an important point to make. Second point related to that is the policy context. Again, I know Dr. Briones has worked on these policy, rice policy issues in ASEAN countries. Rice market is protected. There is government intervention. We are talking about the ASEAN integration here today, but the tariff and non-tariff barriers to import of rice is still high in ASEAN countries. Those are policy issues that needs to be addressed. That's where the research institution, international development partner, can contribute devising those policies. So the technology part and then the policy part. Let me come back to that last part of it in terms of COVID and its impact on rethinking the restructuring of food system. What has COVID done to ASEAN countries? As you know, ASEAN countries was a shining light in terms of reducing poverty globally. In ASEAN countries, poverty declined from about 47-50% in 1990 to less than 15% in 2020. That was a dramatic drop. But now we know that COVID has pushed almost 5 million poor, 5 million South ASEAN people into poverty. The question is, how do we address that? And that has impact on how we deal with that. If you want to pull those poor out, how do we do that? That has implication for our social safety net program. What ASEAN countries have done successfully, cash-based food transfer program, which actually development community advocated for a long time because that is more efficient. But it also now presents an opportunity to think about more nutritious food distribution so that it addresses other dimension of food security. It's not just availability of food, we can ensure the availability, access, and the nutrition component. I'll stop there and thank you all. So we'll be taking questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shahid. I think that was an excellent way to set the scene for our discussion today. So you're basically saying, yes, food systems definitely need to be transformed. We knew that already before COVID. COVID did not have much of an impact, I think, on the rice market, as you said, but there in a more negative way, it did contribute to a increase in poverty and food insecurity, which was addressed through social protection measures, but also there is perhaps further room for improvement. So I think that really sets the scene well for our discussion. I'm going to invite our next panelist to speak to the topic of this session, Dr. Glenn Gregorio. He is the head of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture since May of 2019. He has a PhD in genetics, and he has spent a lot of his career at IFPRI as a plant breeder doing research on rice, in particular on breeding for tolerance to saline-prone and problem soils. Again, a very long and distinguished bio, which I will not go into in greater detail than this. But thank you so much for being with us for this session, and over to you, Dr. Gregorio.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon to everyone. As I mentioned yesterday, I could not speak without my slides, so I am picking, anyway, this is just a few slides. Okay, so I'll be just responding to the overall topic on restructuring the food system in ASEAN region on post-COVID-19 and other shocks that will be happening soon. I just want to show you that when the COVID-19 started, we made a paper published in the Asian Journal of Agriculture and Development, more on assessing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on agriculture production in Southeast Asia. This is just the summary of that. We towards transformative change in agricultural food systems. So this is the main highlight of that. If you want to read it, you go ahead you could Google it and you could take it. So the disruption in agricultural food systems creates supply-demand shock on economic performance and food security, which everyone knows. And COVID-19 actually, based on our prediction, reduced production by volume of 3.11%, or that is with a volume of 17 million, decline in agricultural farm labor affecting more than 100 million people, especially the farmers. And the COVID-19 caused 1.4% in decline in the GDP on Southeast Asia, which is equivalent to almost $4 billion US. Next slide. Okay, it's mine. So on that, we should look at it in the value chain. If you want to analyze what's happening, you have to look at the whole value chain from the producers, processors, distributors, retailers, and consumers. I'll not be going to the details of that one, but I just want to show that because of the impact of COVID-19, you have a lot of problems with movement, restriction of transportation, increase in food price, due to unpredictable market and change in consumers' preference. So the good thing is the different governments in Southeast Asia was able to respond. Like for the restriction of movement, there's now a fast lane that's happening, especially in the Philippines. So anything that you transport in food, then you have a good pass for that one. And there's a lot of price freeze so that the business people could not increase the prices as dictated by the government. And of course, people starting to eat nutritious food, change of preference of eating food. Just to give you the model that at circa what we are advocating is really the academic, industry, government, non-government interconnected model to make this happen, to make the restructuring of our food system. So there's a lot of action points from the production sector. You could go up to the action point to reimagine how to change to be more conscious of the environment as we produce. And of course, the education, especially to our children for the next generation. I'll not be going to the details of this because I have some action points below. So just to give you an example, we have a lot of several of our policy papers we have, like policy imperatives to promote urban agriculture in response to COVID-19 pandemic among local government units in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. And of course, another agricultural cluster approach to enhance competitiveness of smallholders farmers in Southeast Asia. So those are some example of the policy imperatives, policy brief that we recommend for Southeast Asia. Okay, just to give you an idea of our experience of COVID-19 pandemic highlights the importance of strengthening our academe, industry, government interconnectivity models to operationalize the supply chain for agri-food systems across the region. So a more systematic identification of these crucial and critical food systems within the countries, across the countries, its mapping and more directed, integrative, and systemic interventions is crucial to a better response to the ongoing pandemic that we are experiencing right now and prepare for the future pandemic or shocks. Policy supports is needed to achieve. Example is the strengthened support to local capacity towards being self-sufficient through well-planned local food production system. So local food production system is very important, while sustaining the efforts of improving productivity and income among the rural farmers and urban communities could be supported by engaging in urban agriculture initiatives in the community and household level. Second is supporting more studies on how physical and financial technologies and social organizations be better connected to make food system initiative work and made more efficient across scale. So this is the one we are talking about, integration. Supporting action research, identifying a set of effective incentive system. This is very important, incentive system to our farmers and traders to support innovative studies and activities that significantly improve production, reduce carbon footprints, reduce production losses, and promote value-adding initiatives or activities in both agriculture and non-agricultural ventures. So it's not only agriculture is contributing to the destruction of the environment, also the non-agricultural ventures. So, and if we go next, so we must heavily invest in more integrative studies on studies assessing risks and uncertainties related to price volatilities, incremental weather, and of course the climate change related hazards that characterize farm production system. We need these action points like anyway, that's the next slide. So, support more studies on activities related to improving designs and financial technologies. FinTech is very important for farmers and encouraging wider participation in financial system like loans and credit systems and agricultural insurance facilities, among others. So loan to the farmers, supporting the farmers, not only dole out, but a credit system should be there. And other policies to support institutional and organization interventions made suitable to the cultural nuisance. We have to involve everyone, including the tribes, so that any intervention should be crafted in the perspective of the community. And of course, the growing interest in agriculture needs to be sustained with more targeted capacity building activities of relevant government agencies and groups to specifically promote and generate more agri-entrepreneurs. So farmers should not be looking at the production aspect only, but to be the whole value chain. And more sustainable efforts must be include the following: strong encouragement for the private sectors, all sectors participation, particularly the youth and the women, through a lot of several systematic education. Strengthening the agricultural extension system, as mentioned a while ago, that we have some technology, but how to implement it to make it sustainable, we have to have a strong agricultural extension system of the different countries and conduct an integrative study exploring how capacity of the local government units. So we are talking at the top, we have to talk at the bottom also. The local government units should be strengthened. So I think this is my last slide, just to strengthen the capacity of higher educations, which is, I mentioned, academic, industry, government interconnectivity, highlights the need for food system innovations towards food security and sovereignty, resilience, and poverty reduction. Increased capacity of implementing curricular programs or education system, which emphasis on agricultural and entrepreneurial skills. So we'll not only, as I mentioned, not only production, but of course, business is very important. More public value-driven research initiative that generate towards and strengthening our food, local food system. So local food for local good. Science and technology-based extension services with greater emphasis on sustained community engagement and public service. So we should have a sustained local establishment of agri-innovation hubs. To hold this technology should be available to the community, complemented with sustained capacity building and students to be more equipped on agriculture 4.0 or this digital agriculture thing, all these improvements, or we call it 5.0 right now, technologies, and encourage strong lifelong learning, even to our farmers. I think that's my last slide, just to mention academic, industry, government interconnectivity models on research collaboration and co-sharing financial resources to shorten the gap between research and knowledge utilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gregorio. I think it's really important, the connection between these three important segments, academia, industry, and government, and really the interconnectivity, as you say, is crucial for food systems transformation and the ability to be responsive and ability to address shocks like COVID or other shocks that are created by climate change, or now, of course, the conflict in Ukraine and other shocks. So thank you very much for making that point, which is, I think, right in line with the high-level policy forum approach to discussing food systems. We're now turning to Mr. Abdul Karim Sma. He's the lead regional economist for the Near East, North Africa, and Europe division at the International Fund for Agriculture and Development, IFAD, where he provides policy and technical advisory support to IFAD operations in the Near East, North Africa, and Europe. Prior to this assignment, he managed several IFAD country programs in the Arab region, as well as the transition countries of the former Soviet Union. Prior to his time at IFAD, he spent 7 years working with the US Department of Agriculture in North Africa. He also has a graduate degree from one of the very well-known universities in France. And it's my pleasure to turn the floor over to you, Dr. Sma.
Okay, that works. Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlotte, for this introduction. By the way, I'm covering Asia and the Pacific. I think you were reading an old bio which has not been updated. Right now, I'm the lead regional economist covering the Asia and the Pacific division of the IFAD. Well, I would like just to build on what Dr. Rashid and the representative of CERCA said about the need for integration and need for transformation in food systems. I would say integration in general, and integration in the ASEAN countries in particular, is not a luxury. I think it's a critical necessity. I mean, we are really seeing a lot of turbulence in food systems and commodity market these days. And this region has been going through a series of shocks. We've been discussing the impact of the African swine fever on the pork industry in the region. I mean, it was devastating, big blow to the region. That was, you know, in late 2018 and started in 2019 in other countries and started spreading. At about the same time, COVID came, and it has also devastated livelihoods and has restricted production, even though the agricultural sector was not that affected because most of the countries have carved out and provided waivers for lockdowns for farmers and allowed the farm inputs to go out and reach markets. But still, there is really a big impact on COVID. Now we are going through the crisis triggered by the Ukraine and Russia conflict and the shock waves that we are seeing in the commodity markets and the response of countries. And some of the responses are coming from ASEAN countries, big heavyweights in terms of certain commodities like palm oil in Indonesia or other places. So we are really seeing a transformation of inherently complex food systems against the backdrop of a heightened turbulence and the effect of the unrelentless climate change. So climate change is here, and from time to time we see really very, very extreme events, and they are really getting very, very frequent. So it's really a very, very complex system. And you know, in complex systems, you need really to action the proper leverage points, and you need to understand the feedback loops. Without a proper understanding of what is the leverage point and the feedback loop, then you are most likely to mess up with the system rather than to address the shortcomings of the system. And here integration comes in. I think integration, by allowing the people just to transcend the national borders and see what's going on in the system and think about the linkages and the cross linkages, they can get really a bird's view of the system and they can understand it better. You can't understand the system if you are too close to it. You need to get back a little bit to understand the system. And integration and the channels of transmission of the crises, what we need to do in terms of complementing each other's. We've really heard good examples in the roadmaps today about how it takes to increase production here, etc. But I think we are still need to see how those roadmaps converge together. So convergence, integrations, working together, I think that's the point about really having more resilient food systems. I mean, I hear a lot of talk about food systems are transforming, etc., etc. I mean, they are dynamic systems, they transform. The point is where we're going and how we can make this transformation really inclusive and how we can avoid the adverse effect of transformation. I mean, in IFPRI, we're working in about 100 countries, and we've seen transformation in certain countries really lead to prosperity, and in others could lead really to going backward in terms of poverty reduction. So we need to be careful about this point. Now, what's the contribution of this type of projects to this overall debate? When we came up with this idea back in 2018 with IFPRI and other colleagues, CEFSA and IPSOD and others, we thought that it's good to have like a platform, like a think tank, which would really be the advocate or the champion of integration in the region. And before doing that, we thought that we would really provide support to provide good evidence. So, I mean, the series of roadmaps and series of publications, et cetera, these are really good evidence. They are not sufficient in themselves and they need to be complemented, but it's still a decent stream of evidence showing that ASEAN can really work together in terms of maize or in terms of livestock or in terms of pulses, all the export-oriented commodities that we picked up in this project. So the first pillar, I think it's important, we are heading in the right direction, is producing evidence. The second one, I think, and we are still at the first steps, I would say, is how to make all these evidence converge together towards a coherent roadmap that can be sold to policymakers, that we can really go and knock the door of a minister and say, look, this is what we propose. When you craft your own national policy, I think there is a win-win approach if you take into account the national policies and others, and there is a platform for that. There is ASEAN platform. Let's talk together and how we can make it really a win-win for all. And for that, I think the building block that this project has brought is the NEPA, this network of policy advisors and analysts, which is still nascent, which is still, you know, fledgling. But we hope that as we sustain the project, as we bring in other initiatives, we will really foster it and nurture it so it becomes something of a permanent and something of a recognizable advisor and something of a recognizable actor in the policy space. So this is what we IFAD in the collaboration with others is up to, and this is what we would like to continue doing with IFPRI and others. Over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sma, and apologies for missing your present title or level of responsibilities. You're obviously there and you have shown how well you know the region and how much thought you've given to further integration in the region, which you make the point is really an excellent way to become more agile, perhaps, in response to the shocks that we have experienced and the shocks that unfortunately may be coming in the future, and the increased frequency or the likely increased frequency of shocks. So thank you very much for your remarks. We're now turning to IPSARD, Dr. Tran Kong Tang, whom you've already heard from, I believe, in the past couple of days. He serves as the Director General of the Institute of Policy and Strategy for Agriculture and Rural Development, IPSARD, which, as I'm sure all of you know, is a major think tank of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Vietnam in the field of policy and strategy of the agricultural sector. He has a PhD from the University of Western Australia in agricultural economics and has, again, a long-standing and distinguished career working in agricultural sectors for over 20 years. He specializes in the development agricultural economics and also is very interested in integration. So the floor is yours, Dr. Tang.
Xin cảm ơn. Sorry, maybe I speak in Vietnamese. So.
Okay, so I'd like to speak in Vietnamese, and I'd like to give you a minute to put your headset on. Thank you very much, Charlotte, for your intro. And for the first time, I've heard such a detailed bio about myself. So first of all, I totally agree with the remarks raised by the previous speakers and panelists. So basically, we've been given a picture of how COVID and the responses have been. Sitting here, I've learned a lot from the speakers. Sorry, I can't pronounce the name. And in the case of Vietnam, well, I've heard many of you speaking of the African swine flu, and I have two pieces of important info that are well, important and interesting that I would like to share with you. So as far as I know, within this week, Mart of Vietnam will organize for a declaration that Vietnam can now produce a vaccine against the African swine flu. This is a big success of Vietnam. Secondly, I would like to share with you that for the topic of discussion today is something that Mart and the government of Vietnam in general have paid a lot of attention to since the beginning of COVID breakout. And it is such a coincidence that within IFSAT we have another research project which receive the support from IFAD. So, well, since the initial outbreak in China, Mart of Vietnam, well, asked us to look into the further development of COVID-19 back then and how the impact may unfold for Vietnam. And we did a very quick survey asking 1,100 households, and we look into the potential impact of further development of COVID-19, but the impact would be on the value chain and our trade activity, our exports in particular. Initially, well, the impact far exceeded our anticipation / projection. Well, that is some context for the forum today, and I would like to thank all of the remarks raised before me. I have learned a lot from you. So let's return to the case of Vietnam. As I shared with you yesterday in my presentation, the Prime Minister of Vietnam recently approved a strategy for sustainable agricultural development with a period of 2020 to 2030 with a vision to 2050. So, well, given the decision of the Prime Minister, which is only about 25 pages, but before that decision was made, we produced a very thick report pointing to the successes and the limitations of agricultural sector in Vietnam, including the market stories, the impact of shocks like COVID, and recently the Russia and Ukraine war. So we need to get prepared for the food system transition in Vietnam. Well, regarding the international experience shared by IFPRI, so we have heard a lot from you already, and in Vietnam, we are going to focus on several key points in order to improve our food system so that ultimately we are going to have a transparent and sustainable food system. And we want to share with you some group of solutions. Firstly, what most important for us in Vietnam is to transform from the fragmented and small-sized food production system that existed even before COVID-19. Now more attention has been paid to the need for higher quality and safer products. That is why we have been promoting sustainable agricultural development, moving toward carbon emission reduction and green growth. And that is also to strengthen the commitment made by Vietnam in COP26. And our research has pointed to the fact that consumers, especially those in the urban areas, while in their consumption pattern during the lockdown period, in the pandemic period, they care mostly about the quality of products. Secondly, well, we went through a lot of lockdowns across Vietnam before, and there is now a strong demand for food across the globe. However, we are lacking in terms of post-harvest technologies, in terms of processing, and it is very difficult for us to increase yield while still maintaining good quality, about 2 to 3%. However, in Vietnam, we suffer from a significant amount of food loss. For rice, it's about 8 to 9%. For fruit, it's about 17 to 18%. And this is what we have to improve further to reduce food loss and food waste. The third group of solutions, well, I think most critical during COVID-19, and well, let's talk about our supply chain system. They were close to failure status of the food and logistics system. In order to promote sustainable and responsible and quality food system, we need to promote the linkages and connectivity between producers, while distributors and consumers as well. We want to create inclusive growth, which means we want to have better spillover impacts, and every stakeholders in the value chain, especially the smallholder farmers, they should gain some benefits as well. So we want to prioritize strengthening linkages within value chain. Another one is to strengthen resilience for farmers, especially smallholder farmers. I totally agree with the previous two panelists. And regarding technological application, while in the recent period and regarding the case of Vietnam, the pace of digitalization in agriculture and especially in value chain management by agribusinesses and more recently by cooperatives have increased significantly, and this contributes to the increased transparency. So that is the next solution. And well, in the case of Vietnam, before making recommendations to March, we looked into the experience and lessons learned across the globe. Three things that we should consider, especially if we are to develop better linkages among national markets, ASEAN markets, or like intra-ASEAN or inter-regional between ASEAN and other regions, etc. So it is about how to promote market linkages, info, transparency, and sharing of policy recommendations. In the case of Vietnam, we want to advocate to the government to provide more flexibility for farmers in their rice fields. But in that case, maybe a lot of our farmers will shift away from cultivating rice to cultivating something else, like some other more profitable cash crops. In Vietnam, rice farming is the least profitable. So we need to ask the question of what the drivers for the keeping of rice are. Well, during COVID-19, Vietnam temporarily stopped exporting rice, and many of my colleagues in the Philippines and in Indonesia asked me, is that true? Then what the importers will have to do? So IFPRI and other think tanks in Vietnam advised the government that we should still maintain an open door policy. And this is an opportunity for us to contribute to maintaining food security in the region. And secondly, we need to make sure that while our rice farmers will not be disadvantaged, and we should not have too much a difference between Vietnam and other countries. So our farmers should contribute to regional food security as well. So we need to ask the questions of what incentivizes them to do so. So in the discussion of Vietnam, we decided that we need to provide incentives to rice farmers and rice farming provinces as well. And we need to have a system to share information across the country. If the Philippines or Indonesia need information from Vietnam, then we should enable cross-border information sharing. Then we may not need to bench export. We may just cut down a little bit in order to not disadvantage other countries. Another thing, I have already heard from the two previous panelists that we should strengthen cooperation among countries. And we have recommended to our government that we should not only mention national value chain, we should talk about global value chains, for example, farming value chains with the Philippines or Indonesia, or even some African countries as well, if they want to form a value chain with Vietnam. They may want to place an order with Vietnam. And in that case, we can have a good market, a stable market for our farmers. Our farmers will be free of their concerns. In Vietnam, we have 9.1 million farm households and more than a million farming rice. And each of them have less than 0.5 hectares. And in case of market instability, they may very quickly switch to some other cash crops. So on the other hand, if we can promote better market linkages to have a good export market for them, then we can strengthen our value chain. The final point I'd like to mention for Vietnam, and I think other countries have this issue as well. It is about the logistic system. So recently, Vietnam suffered from inflated input materials for agriculture, especially for livestock. We had to import a lot. We exported only 600 million, but every year we imported about 3 billion of inputs, or we export about 3.3 billion of rice, but we spent about more than 2 billion. Especially this figure may have increased in the last 2 years on fertilizer. So you'll see through this how important market linkages are. And among the reasons for the inflated animal feed price or fertilizer price, let's say it increased to nearly double or 2.5 times compared to the pre-COVID period. It is because of the inflated COVID logistics costs. And for example, the recent Russia and Ukraine war that has pushed up the price for wheat or soybeans, etc., apart from oil. So then for Vietnam, we need to further improve our logistics system. And probably among the ASEAN member states, we can work better with each other to develop our intra-ASEAN logistics system, especially to promote cross-border trade. Vietnam has a lot of cross-border trade with all of you here. We should focus on this. And for today, I'm very glad to be able to share this info with you. And I'm very appreciative of the remarks made by my previous panelists. Some very good, interesting recommendations in order to transform our food system, in order to offer benefits to farmers, especially small-scale farmers, while not disturbing the structure of the entire supply chain. That's it for me. And once again, thank you very much. I would like to thank my other panelists for your very interesting remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tang. It was very interesting to hear IFPRI's reflections and policy recommendations with regard to food systems transformation in Vietnam, but also for the region as a whole. And thank you also for pointing out that the cost of inputs has really skyrocketed as a result of the crisis in Ukraine, which is of course a huge issue, I imagine, for the region. And maybe we can come back to that in the Q&A session. Our next speaker is Ms. Ma Estrella Banzuela from she serves as the Secretary General of the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, AFA. It's a pleasure to have her on the program. I remember seeing Estrella quite a bit when she was working to advance some of the goals of the UN Food System Summit. She's been a great voice for farmers at that event. AFA is an alliance of 22 national farmers organizations in 16 Asian countries, and they represent around 13 million small-scale women, men, and young family farmers. Estrella, it's very nice to have you on the panel, and you bring, of course, the very important perspective of the farmers to this discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. So thank you for this opportunity for inviting our organization to be in this second high-level political forum. And I would just like to, a bit odd to add to what kind of shocks we are experiencing. So it's basically what we want to talk about today is restructuring food systems in ASEAN post-COVID, but basically not really yet post-COVID because we still have COVID. But then we have still climate change issues as well as price shocks as well as other shocks. Okay, and this climate, price, and peace conflict shocks have been there before and COVID has just exacerbated these shocks. Okay. So for my second slide, we talk about food systems, and what we understand by food systems is that it's a complex, interrelated set of aspects and activities with different actors, from production to processing to marketing, distribution, consumption, preparing of food, as well as recovery, waste recovery. And when you look at this, where do we place family farmers? In our observations and in our experience, we see family farmers in all these aspects of the food system. I hope you would agree with that. Globally, family farmers produce 80% of the world's food, and we have come across statistics that say that family farmers in Southeast Asia produce as much as 70% of the region's food. I hope it's still correct right now, but then we are in all these aspects. So that's why we believe, and we always say in the Food System Summit processes last year, that family farmers are at the heart and at the center of food systems. And when you want to transform food systems, you have to consider, everyone has to consider, what are the situation, what are the needs, what are the challenges, what are the capacities and the limitations of family farmers. Okay. So next, how do I do this? Okay, but we said our session is restructuring food systems. So maybe that means something is wrong. No? It's wrong with the food systems. That's why we want to restructure it. And we have observed, and statistics have shown, and the Food System Summit processes have shown, that food system is very much broken. Dr. Rashid said a while ago that our food system is not sustainable. Yes, but we want to add it's not also healthy, because the growing statistics on malnourished children, on stunted children, on obesity are there. Okay, so it's not healthy, as well as it's not equitable, and it is not just. Because otherwise, why would we always say leave no one behind? But because many of the producers, the family farmers, are left behind in the development process and do not earn from the food systems. And that's why if we need to transform, what is that? Okay, we have to go back. Okay, and that's why if we need to transform, we have to say, where do we transform? In what direction of the food systems? What do we mean by sustainable food systems? And for us, we have always said it should be productive and prosperous. It should be equitable, and I cannot read it. It must be empowering and respectful. It should be resilient. It should be regenerative, means it's nature-based, it's nature positive, as well as it should be healthy and nutritious. So what does that mean for us, no? In terms of strategies? First, because our experience and our statistics show that farmers do not have secured rights to our natural resources. So how do we structure our food system? First, in such a way that rights to lands, waters, forests, and seeds, control, ownership, management of these resources should be in the hands of family farmers. Second, can you read that? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but the second one is we have observed, and it's in the various consultations that we had, and we said our food system is unsustainable. Our production basically is monocrop, chemical intensive, and so we need to shift. We need to shift to agroecological, climate resilient, sustainable, diverse farming systems. Third, we said we have weak market power. Many farmers are just price takers. And so one's restructuring is basically to build and strengthen the cooperatives and the enterprises of these cooperatives of family farmers. Fourth, there are gender disparities in farming. When we say family farmers are left behind, women farmers are more left behind because of the stereotypes, the labeling that has been given to women farmers. So we say women farmers should be given spaces so that they can empower themselves. And basically, one good strategy of restructuring food systems is to provide opportunities for women to do more production and more food processing. In our experience, many of the women farmers would like to go into food processing. Why do we have to focus on women? Because studies have shown that if we increase the incomes of women, those incomes go to food, to health, and to education. At this point, I would like to tell you one very example in India. In India, we have a member, Self-Employed Women's Association, based in Gujarat, India. They have 1.9 million all women members, and they have established a processing and marketing center for pulses, and their distributors for these pulses are also their women members. In terms of agriculture extension, they have master trainers. They train master trainers. This together with an CG institution, I think IFPRI-South, no? Or IFPRI? Okay. So they train master trainers together with the National Agriculture State Agriculture University and the CG institution. And these master trainers, once they are fielded, they work in a radius of 20 kilometers in the village, and they provide service to the villagers, and the villagers in return pay a service fee to these master trainers. Very good model of how to involve farmers organizations through their members in terms of extension for production and processing and marketing. Also, many of the youth are disinterested in farming. They don't want to go into farming because farming does not earn. So restructuring food systems means also having policies that attract the youth to agriculture, giving them incentives, loans, capital. And we have many examples in some other countries, like especially in Japan, on how to, or Korea, on how to attract the youth into farming. And also, as we said, the family farmers are not involved in governance processes. So restructuring the food systems means also restructuring the governance processes of the food system such that they will be inclusive, they will be participatory, not only consultative. We are tired of being consulted, but we want to be listened to and our inputs considered and be placed in all that written policies and programs that the government or the institution will implement. Okay? So basically, restructuring food systems would mean directing or redirecting investments and financing and making governance inclusive to family farmers, with family farmers, and as much as possible by family farmers through their organizations and cooperatives, increasing, empowering our agencies so that we could help you be better actors and equal partners in sustainable development. So lastly, ways forward, how do we do this exactly? Now, at the national level, first, we can maximize existing platforms of family farmers. No? For example, in some countries like in Philippines, in Indonesia, there are already national committees of family farming with government, with private sector, with NGO, with farmers organizations, and they are crafting policies and programs that are pro-farmer, which are also gender and youth sensitive. And for those who do not have national committees on family farming, this is part of the global action plan of the UN Decade of Family Farming, which we are implementing from 2029 to 2028. So please, we encourage countries to go into this process of developing national action plans, which are multi-stakeholder, like for example, Vietnam. Okay? And second, at the regional level, at ASEAN, we have been very active. No? The AFA, the partners and members of AFA, we have been very active in the crafting of the ASEAN roadmap on agriculture cooperatives adopted by ASEAN in 2018. Also, the ASEAN Responsible Agricultural Investments adopted also by AMAF and ASEAN in 2018. And now we are drafting an ASEAN guidelines on customary tenure to protect the rights of forest dwellers and indigenous peoples, especially in customary lands and ancestral lands. So we hope we could also be partners in adopting this. It's in the zero draft as of the moment, and we are working with the ASEAN Sectoral Working Group on social forestry. And lastly, at the international level, the Food System Summit has resulted to several multi-stakeholder coalitions, and AFA is very much a part of the Coalition on Agroecology. There are 3 Asian members already, member states in this coalition, and AFA is a part of the steering committee of this coalition. So we hope that other countries and other institutions can be part of this coalition on agroecologists so that we could really promote nature positive agroecological approaches in farms, fisheries, and forests that go to production, processing, marketing, distribution, and waste recovery aspects. So with that, we thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Estrella. That was quite a manifesto of speaking about strengthening family farmers, not just at the farm level, but really throughout the food system. So thank you very much for that presentation. Our last, but certainly not least, speaker is Dr. Rolando Briones from PIDS, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, and a former research fellow of the Southeast Asian Research Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture. Another very well-published academic, and he was the recipient of the renowned National Academy of Science and Technology Book Award for one of his research papers. He, in his role, has provided technical assistance to government agencies in Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and various association of Southeast Asian nations, different institutions. And he also, importantly, was involved in putting together the ASEAN +3 emergency rice reserve stocks. So it's my pleasure to turn the floor over to you, Dr. Briones, and we look forward to your reflections on the topic of this session.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I have no more slides to give. I'm out, but I still have 4 points, I think, that I can make, especially listening to all the other august speakers in this panel. First is also reflecting actually past 2 days of our series of presentations, workshops, and so on. First is what is the impetus behind this restructuring of food systems? But before that, let me just ask, I think this is one important point that will factor into the rest of this talk. Dr. Tan, the vaccine, the very good news of the vaccine that you mentioned, was that a private sector initiative or was it from a public R&D?
Honestly, that is the cooperation between the Department of Animal Health with the some private company and also with the Vietnam Agriculture Academies. Yeah, but initiative that is a very good like a cooperation between the governments and the private sector with the researcher.
Thank you so much. Hold that thought. That's very important. So I would submit that the restructuring initiative is coming from the combination of economic growth and globalization and global trade integration. So Dr. Roy, in his opening presentation yesterday, talked about quiet revolution. It was quiet because the revolution in the staples value chains, in his case study countries, India, Bangladesh, and a few others, they were under the radar for a long time among policymakers and academics on the subject. But of course, it was happening. There was a revolution. Who was doing it? It was enterprising farmers and enterprising investors responding to new incentives that were at them, and then they took advantage. And that the effect of that is the restructuring. So that's the first main point I'd like to make. Second main point is, in that case, since there's a lot of actors, multi-stakeholders, all responding to incentives and also saddled by their own constraints, I would suggest that the state and donor support to the various states should be more of strategic. There's a danger, I think, that in the push towards let's do this restructuring, and many food systems are actually saddled with this problem, saddled with that problem. Let's try to troubleshoot all of them. But in fact, a lot of the solutions doesn't have to lie with, say, the state trying to do everything. There could be other actors who have their own incentives, and they could be the ones could actually engineer the solutions. So I'm reflecting yesterday's talk, presenting the study on the PO's from Esther and Lani, and they were talking about, well, the farmers are ready. The FPOs are ready to be able to deliver on, say, the business services. In case of Philippines, for example, the public extension system, that one is really broken. So there is, I would like to hold up an IFAD-supported project in Philippines right now with the Department of Trade and Industry, and they're trying a new approach. They're effectively relying on private business development services, mostly on non-government organizations and some from accredited farmer organizations and cooperatives who can deliver on this range of extension and business development. So it's not just extension for farms, unless it's farms as enterprises. Then it's more broadly regarded as business development services. It's a new project. My institute, PIDS, has been commissioned to do a evaluation study. Unfortunately, you just have to wait 5 years for the whole cycle to finish. But I'm very optimistic and very excited to see whether this approach will fit into that, more strategic role of the state vis-a-vis the development and transformation of the various focus value chains of that project. So the third point I'd like to make is in the form of a question. Is the restructuring from now on, post-COVID or post these crises, the same kind of restructuring, replicating the kind of restructuring we have seen the past few decades, as mentioned or as analyzed, say, in the Quiet Revolution in these types of studies? I would think that it's similar, so cold storage for perishables, more globalization. Yeah, that's still there, but it has to be now layered by an extra dose of sustainability. In the past, the value chains as were developed were too much attuned to shall we say, distorted incentives and too much inattention to very legitimate environmental costs and environmental values. Now with this energy shock and this all-time surge of fertilizer prices, yeah, it's true, shocks come and shocks go. But I think this is an occasion for a different second generation form of restructuring. And here again, we can also see the role of the state. Obviously, if you just rely on private sector, you get excess carbon emissions and the mess we're in, right? Recently, IMF has come up with a study which showed that there's been a severely undercosted policy or treatment of the petroleum and related carbon-intensive energy industries. So here is where the state could step in. There are a variety of instruments. Carbon tax, I understand Vietnam now has a good start of environmental tax. It's not, they don't call it carbon tax, but hey, it's a start. Philippines has nothing of this, but more recently something has been mentioned. But maybe that's politically controversial. Perhaps a little bit more palatable are the more nature-based solutions. So I submit that the next round of restructuring should now look at these kinds of solutions, maybe not all the way to organic agriculture. Sorry for those advocates, but I don't really think that this could be a global norm. But certainly moving away from the current heavily chemically and petroleum intensive, carbon intensive agriculture, that also cannot be business as usual. We have to start to shift away, and I think FAO is at the, and other agencies are at the forefront of a more nature-based solution. And this is actually, I think, a serious change that we have to really explore. Otherwise, we're all in trouble because the world's climate is changing, whether we like it or not. And the food system is actually complicit in this. Plus, it's laboring under all of these input costs that really, we have to really radically transform the way we do agriculture and therefore the rest of the food system. So those are my four thoughts, that the fourth one being that government will have a more strategic role to play in that kind of sustainability-oriented restructuring through various policies and technology promotion. And with that, I close. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I think it was actually a great wrapping up of the session, and I'm not sure we have time for questions because I see we're at the end of our session. But I think I look to you, Shahid. Do you want me to take a few questions, or you need to move on with your program?
Please, Charlotte, we can take a few more minutes.
Okay. Why don't we see if there are questions from the floor to this very distinguished panel. And if not, I mean, maybe I can just ask one question. If perhaps, you know, those of you who would like to address this, what do you believe is going to be the most important impact of the crisis that we find ourselves in now with regard to all of the implications of the war in Ukraine? Is it on input prices? Is it on energy? How do you see? I mean, let's compare this crisis to COVID. During COVID, we thought that there would be perhaps a kind of transformation of the food system becoming less greenhouse gas intensive, right? And that proved to be the case during the lockdown, of course, but in the long run, unfortunately, we see that I don't think there has been a lasting impact there. Is this a different crisis? To follow up on the last speaker's point, that perhaps this crisis might actually lead us to some new innovative ways of growing the food systems without also increasing or possibly, hopefully also reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So what do you see the impact of this present crisis on the ASEAN region in that sense? Anybody want to take that?
Maybe I can attempt to address this. Well, I think this crisis is layering other crises, so it's really difficult to disentangle the various crises. I see a risk and an opportunity as this crisis play out. Of course, all will depend on the duration of the conflict, whether the restrictions and the shipping restrictions from the Black Sea will ease or not. Depend on various variables about how the countries will behave in terms of securing their own security, but not forgetting the global food security. I think this is a multi-factor and it's all moving pieces. But I think one important point, there might be the risk of pushing back on this carbon neutrality agenda. As you know, agriculture is a contributor to greenhouse emissions, but at the same time, it's a sink of carbon. And so some countries might be tempted to downplay that point. It will be a major risk. But at the same time, I think this urgency and all these issues about availability of fossil fuels and the soaring prices of fuel might also give the impetus for a more investment on renewable. So it's all being pulled in two directions. It's a tug of war. I think in certain countries you might see an acceleration of putting the economies on a carbon neutral pathway and an acceleration on renewable investments. Who can afford it? Because I think this is also linked to whether the global community can put more money into climate finance. That's another issue. I think those who can afford it can really accelerate that transition, the energetic transition. Those who cannot afford it might be tempted not just to tackle other immediate issues and could probably lose the momentum on that. So it's a double sword, and I think that's something that we need to watch as this crisis plays out. So that's some thoughts that could probably contribute to answering your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sma. Would anybody else like to speak to what they believe will be the key impact of the present situation that we find ourselves in?
Yeah, this is Esther. So basically, we have consulted our members also on the effect of the Russia-Ukraine war, and almost all said that fuel prices have gone up in their countries twice or thrice as much. And then if fuel prices go up, everything goes up. Prices of commodities go up. And in many countries, we do not for example, in the Philippines, we do not produce wheat, and wheat is very much needed for bread. And so our pandesal, no? Our national bread is shrinking and shrinking by the week. No? But we also have members who are dependent, for example, on Russia for exporting their wheat to Russia. Our members from Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, and also our member, for example, in Mongolia, who is dependent on Russia for their energy, their train stations, their electricity. So it's really very difficult for them. And right now, they are saying that they have been rationing all this in their places. So it's very difficult, but also it's a challenge and maybe an opportunity to go local, to promote more local and traditional foods in their localities.
Yeah, I could put in 1 minute on that one, which I want to emphasize also this carbon neutral. I think we have to go into this. In Southeast Asia, we have to initiate this carbon-wise agriculture or carbon-wise rice farming system, which is very important now, where we know how to measure. We have to give some information to the farmer, how to incentivize them if they go to low carbon footprint in their production because of the experience with COVID-19 and the shock of Ukraine war. And this will give us more opportunity and how to incentivize the farmers or the farming families to go into carbon neutral agriculture or carbon wise agriculture. I think this is the opportunity to do it. Local, produce local, and regenerative agriculture, ecology. So I think this is the best time to do it. I think Europe is starting it, Finland is starting it. By the year 2030, they have to be carbon neutral, and I think this is the best time for us to start. As our policymakers, as our scientists, as our students, or even our farmers are becoming, they are more sensitive or they are more receptive to these changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll end the discussion here. It's been such a great pleasure for me to moderate this session of the second high-level policy forum. And I would just like to say that as a communications and public affairs director of IFPRI, it's really wonderful to see the partnerships we have with all of your organizations and this coming together to discuss the very important topic of restructuring food systems in the region post-COVID, while we're still in COVID, but also thinking about the increasing likelihood of other shocks. We seem to be moving from one shock to the next and sometimes suffering from multiple shocks, and really the thoughtful approach that all of you have given to restructuring food systems to promote all these different objectives that we have from a sustainability perspective, and also really making them more resilient in the face of these ongoing and likely increasing shocks. So many thanks to all of you, and I look forward now to the next session, where I understand we'll be celebrating some of the key accomplishments of the important ATMI-ASEAN work that has been done in the last couple of years. So many thanks to all of you, and enjoy the rest of this very impressive conference.
Thank you so much. Round of applause to our distinguished panelists and moderator, Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Dr. Abdul Karisma, Dr. Tang. Thank you so much. Your jacket. And Ma'am Esther, Dr. Glenn, and Dr. Gregorio. Dr. Rolano. Now, for the next session, we will have session 8, the ATMI-ASEAN overall achievements and way forward. And we will combine it with the next other session, the network of policy advisor and analysts in the ASEAN region or NEPA. Now, may I kindly invite Dr. Shahidur Rashid again to the stage. We are packed, I'm sorry. and Professor Dr. Asdi Agustar, Mr. Abdul Karim Sma,
You're back.
and Dr. Pat Chris Orencio.
Sir Pat.
Sir Pat.
So Nick, I have some slides, right? Okay. So next here, back here. Okay. I hope I can manage it. All right. So what we are going to do, try to give a summary of what we have done over the last 5.5 years. Mostly to think about what do we do next? Where do we go next? Given what we have done, and what would be the strategic way forward for us to sustain what we have done in the last 5 years. Okay, it's not moving. Okay, so what I will do, I'll just basically 2 points. One is to give a project overview, and then some highlights of the project achievements and remaining activities. So on the project overview, I'm not going to spend much of the time because yesterday we had 2 presentations, one by Fabrizio Bresciani, one by Devesh Roy, giving the contextual information and genesis of ATMI-ASEAN. So that was quite comprehensive. So I don't have to spend much time on that. So I'll try to move a bit faster. So project goal, it's a tall order. It's to promote the role of a smallholder farm producers in agri-food markets in the ASEAN countries. That is the big goal. That's what, when we're talking about integration, we're talking about transformation. That's what we are referring to. So let me give examples in terms of transformation. There can be economic transformation where poor can left behind. So example of the jobless growth that we have heard in last 20, 30 years. That can happen. And then in terms of integration, again, a smallholder can be left behind. So that is the overall goal. That's a pretty broad goal. Then if we can go back, we narrow it down in terms of objective. One is to strengthen the capacity of the targeted ASEAN member state to develop policies and programs. And number 2 is to highlight opportunities for smallholders in the changing context of global, regional, sub-regional agri-food production system and markets. So this is essentially what we have been trying to do, identify trade potential, understand value chain that we have been hearing since yesterday. Those are essentially feeding into these 2 objectives. All right, who are the beneficiaries? We know that AMS governments and the ASEAN Secretariat, idea was that all the analytical work we have done will be sustained, will be owned. So today we have heard this roadmap and the value chain studies that we have done are being handed over. That means that will be owned by the national government. And I understand SEARCA is in the process of hosting conversation with the ASEAN Secretariat on communicating some of these outcomes. All right. So what are the achievements? I think if we broadly say, you can guess it from the attending all the sessions since yesterday. Number 1 is the partnership. I think ATMI-ASEAN has fostered very good partnership, especially for IFPRI. This is unique. I pointed that out yesterday. If you look at IFPRI's participation or engagement in ASEAN countries, Southeast Asian nations, big one was Vietnam back in the 90s, and then in recent years, it's in Myanmar. But this was first multi-country engagement with a very broad-based partnership. Second element of this ATMI-ASEAN is this consultative process that it has adopted. Every single topic, every single research item that you have, and the publication that you will see that emerged from a consultative process. Not only consultation with CIRCA and colleagues is the national partners, as well as private sector and civil society organization. That's why we have colleagues from AFA here sitting, and we are actually conducting research in partnership with AFA. So the third one, which we have not, I cannot read it from here, but that's okay. Okay, so those are I already talked about it in terms of the priority setting. The fourth element is the capacity building. We have not talked much about it, so I'd like to reflect a little bit in this presentation. That is mostly done by our partners, CIRCA. They have done remarkable work in terms of building capacity of the national partners. You have heard Dr. Briones and Paul today that they have held consultation at the national level for undertaking this number of the roadmap exercises as well as value chain work. So this is part of the capacity building. On top of that, what they have done, they have given grants to graduate students who have engaged in many of this analytical work from the member state countries. These are part of the capacity building work that ATMI-ASEAN has done, and we should be thankful for that. The last one is the setting the stage for continuity or sustainability. Karim pointed that out about NEPA. We have been talking about it, network of policy advisors and analysts in ASEAN countries. It is going to be a platform. It's at a very primitive stage, but the point is if we work together, I think we can make it work. And IFPRI has experiences in both Asia, mostly in Africa, setting up such a network which became a platform for policy dialogue and communication. I'm talking about RESEX Africa, is the regional strategic analysis and knowledge support system, which became very active and a lot of partnership with the regional economic cooperation in terms of devising policies as well as generating analytical contacts. So if you can do that, that will be a success. All right, so fostering partnership, this picture should tell you the story. I don't have to spend much time. And as you have seen, both the national government and the think tank participation in this event as well as previous event. We have conducted several virtual events during the COVID, and active participation was really remarkable. All right, so I already talked about it, multi-stakeholder consultations. We have governments, private sector, farmers organization, universities, think tanks for priority setting. So all the publications that you'll see under ATMI-ASEAN were actually identified through that consultative process. All right, collaborative research throughout the project cycle. So there is all the research output that you'll see from ATMI-ASEAN, those are all collaborative research output. They're available, publicly available, and my colleague, Charlotte is gone now, they have been tracking altmetric scores for this publication, and they are doing really well. That also speaks about the success of the project and success of the collaboration. I'll not go through all the list. All these publications are available on IFPRI website, should be available on CIRCA and IFAD website as well. All right, so this is an example. The latest one is partnership with IFAD. These discussion papers, there are many of them online available, as well as Grow Asia is actually hosting them on their website. Okay, so on the AFA, I would like to highlight that because we did not highlight it before. This is an example that we are doing a study on farmers organization. Devesh and Mamta Pradhan leading it, and our colleagues from AFA, they are here. They made a presentation yesterday. This is also an example of partnership. All right, so this is a bit detail about the study that were presented yesterday. And fantastic picture, by the way. Whoever took it, thank you. Idea of this study was to do a phone survey, but at the end, thanks to AFA and their persistence, The survey was done actually in person. That's why you see this picture. Thank you so much for your active participation in it. Yeah, please give me a round of applause. Give them, they deserve it. Fantastic. All right, we'll be actually looking forward to seeing the final set of results in the report. And this is going to be a part of the knowledge management and communication as well. All right, capacity strengthening. This is something that we have not talked here or in the past. This is what our partner, CERCA, has done. So if you would like to join me giving them a round of applause as well, please do so. Thank you, Dr. Orencio, for that active participation. Dr. Orencio is the lead PSU from the CERCA side, and all this capacity building work that they have done was led by, spearheaded by Pat. Thank you very much for your support in that. Okay, so this is another example of supporting capacity building to develop roadmap. You saw that today, Dr. Rolando Breonius has been all day here. Where is he now? I hope he's still around or got tired. So those are some of the examples, maize and meat, regional road mapping. All right, setting the stage for continuity, policy forums organized throughout the project cycle. This has been done during the project cycle. We have policy forums in terms of virtually, as well as there are many meetings since the launching of the project in terms of consultation. Question is, where do we take them next? So this is the point Karim made, upscaling through NEPA, the network of policy advisors and analysts in the ASEAN region. How do we do that? So question number one is the value proposition. Do we have value proposition in terms of contributing to the policy dialogue, in terms of contributing to shaping policies and institutions? I tend to believe that we do. I hope our development partners think the same way, including IFAD. Karim, I'm looking at you. But we probably need to think carefully in the coming months, even a year, is that how best can we do that? In terms of the partnership, we have partnership under ATMI-ASEAN, but if you think about a scale, it is at the scale of proof of concept. We have to go beyond that. To go beyond that, there is more support needed from the development partners as well as the national governments. If there are value proposition, I think we'll see that. So how do I see the value? I'll give you a specific example. Think about the pulses case study we are talking about. What is that? That is an issue that is not going to be solved only through bilateral communication. If you can create a forum that can generate evidence and generate debate over that pulse policies, India arbitrarily putting ban on import from Myanmar, that will add value to that. I mean, think about it. If you can change policies that can change livelihood of the smallholders, that has a huge value proposition. The same way that we have talked about the roadmap today, if that can integrate the smallholders into the chain, that has a value proposition. That is what we have to articulate properly so that national governments are convinced and international development partners are convinced, research institutions and academic institutions are convinced to be part of such a network. I can stop there, but from IFPRI point of view, IFPRI will remain committed fostering that network in the future. And as I pointed out yesterday, all the enthusiasm that we have generated, evidence that generated, shouldn't end at the end of the project. We have to go beyond, and I look forward to getting your support to this speak out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid. Now, if Dr. Shahid mentioned earlier about collaboration network. Now, just before we are about to end the project, we add another collaboration with the regional CERCA Alumni Association. The president is here with us today. It's Professor Dr. Asdi Agustar. Now, yes, I would like to invite Dr. Asdi, Professor Asdi, to to start the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the introductions. Good afternoon or even evening, probably, for the all. First of all, we are going to thanks to the IFPRI that's already invited us in this precious event. And as a baby in this forum, we we have a lesson learned so much through this today's activities. On behalf of regional SERCA alumni associations, we would like to give thanks that this organization to be considered as a partner of in this forum, especially in the IFPRI. RSAA as a forum for gathering scientists in ASEAN countries who have received scholarships through SERCA in these regions, and was organized in 1992, formally called the Regional SERCA Fellow Associations. As on March 22, we have alumni registered in these organizations. For the master degree level, we have almost 1,000, and for the PhD degree level, we have almost 600 scientists. Almost all the scholars they are taking PhD and MS degree within the Southeast Asian country. In the first era, most of us was taking our MS or PhD in UPLB at Los Baños. That is why we more familiar with the Philippines. Most of us. And right now, in fact, we spread out through all of ASEAN countries, including Timor-Leste and others, 4 countries not members of ASEAN countries like Ghana, Nepal, and Fiji, if I'm not wrong, and working in various universities, government agencies, and research institutions. And the field of science, especially related to agriculture. Almost all goals set by ASEAN in agriculture sectors are in line with the expertise of SERCA alumni. That is why we really great thanks that and we sure if we have opportunity, the RSAA member maybe can be contribute with this activities, especially doing agriculture development in these regions. And the others one also, we honestly said that RSSA not too much yet doing activities in the lately during especially during the COVID area. But in the future, we will we are hoping that the more organization activities we are going to set, and might be this is the one thing to make more network in this area through the SERCA Alumni Association. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Asdi. I hope that you are already noticed that there's a director of IFPRI here also in the forum. Yes. Oh, good. Okay, good. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Karim on the stage. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, just a quick question. How many in the audience have been already registered as a NEPA member? Are you all NEPA members? Because I understand that we have already 66 members registered on this platform. So who is member already? I think
Anyone member of the NEPA?
we have 3. So I think
me, of course.
Well, this is not really meant for us or for the project staff. I think this is really meant for the wider audience about policymakers in general. Those who are working in government, in academia, in think tanks. This is really the audience. So from my modest experience, all these networks and platforms, they die off after projects. I mean, we establish a lot of these similar structures. Once the funding is out, then people forget about them, they move on and they do something else. That would be really a pity and at the big loss. Because the effort, the depth, and the importance of all these topics that we've been discussing, working on for 3 or 4 years, they're all really important and they'll stay important and they will get more important for all of us. And so when we construct this kind of conduit for discussions, this kind of platform, and we invest in it, we need to nurture it and we need really to support it so it grows. So my plea, go and sign off. We also would like to rely on our friends from CIRCA just to spread the word among the alumni. Go and sign off. We promise that we will put excellent content. So I think it's really a win-win. People need just to buy in and get into this network. We need also to commit to put excellent content, something which is really worth your time. So some of the networks are really not worth our time, to be honest with you. So for those to be worth our time, we need to commit for quality, and we need really to put in a constant stream of events. I think we've started with Devesh the other day with this webinar series. So if we continue that practice of a webinar series, and we pick some of the policy burning issues that we face today, either thematic or country-based or regional or global or whatever. It could be also asking IFAD what we are doing in the region for you to understand better what are the policy engagement levels of the fund. It could be IFPRI, it could be others. So I think and I have the word of Dr. Rashid to commit to support that. So we will really continue supporting that, using it as a platform to advocate for our work, to disseminate the excellent work of IFPRI, CIRCA, IPSAT, and others. Forgot me if I really don't mention all the excellent institutes and experts working in the region. So please go ahead, get into that. We commit that we will support it, and we maybe the ambition that Dr. Rashid mentioned, that we will make it like this successful African, what's called the RISACs. So yeah, why not? I think we have the resources, we have the expertise, we have the commitment, and we have the challenges to make it that successful. So please go ahead. And from IFAD's side, I also commit to support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karim. Yeah. My mistake. I should have put Mr. Karim at the end. Now, please, Dr. Oresio, Sir Pat.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity, to really express our interest of moving forward, the sustainability that's coming out of this project. And there's a big commitment already from our partners, IFPRI, the RSAA, and of course, IFAD. So thank you very much. So we are CIRCA. From my end, I just have three questions. No, sort of moving forward for in this discussion. When we were discussing about this NEPA at first, we had a question if there's a need for such a network. Of course, we're trying to balance between supply and demand. And there's the demand. Is there a demand for such a network? And are we competing or are we complementing with all the other existing networks who are already providing services at the regional level? I guess the answer is there is a strong demand, and we are complementing the efforts that are already there. And this is now actually resting upon our shoulders if we're going to proceed with such an effort to build this network. So, but actually the question lies on how do we establish this network, no? From the discussions in the past 2 days, I would like to contextualize this maybe in the setting of achieving the transformation and market integration. This is amidst the pandemic. Actually, when we talk about the pandemic, we have the current and we have the next. Definitely, the COVID-19, we can outlive it right now. But we should be ready for the next pandemic. We are actually surprised when this happened. And in the current, what is required to us is what we call build back better. To build back better means going back to a better normal. So what is that better normal and how do we achieve it? This network could be an opportunity to determine that better normal. On the other hand, we have the next. And the next already talks about resilience, building resilience, sustainable systems. And I guess when we talk about systems and listening earlier from the great minds talking about during the high-level policy forum, there's a discussion about linkages, about integration, about the current unsustainable systems that we have. All of these redounds to how we contribute to the needs of the people. And I guess these systems needs to adjust accordingly. And that's the opportunity there. But on foresight, we are actually dealing with what we call a wicked problem, right? A wicked problem wherein we have to work with the grassroots. We have to determine where the policy space where we can actually contribute. No? So this is the question of how do we get back to a better normal? Maybe the better normal is the old abnormal. Is it similar? Or I guess within this context, we have to strive to really avoid the mistakes of the past. And I was actually talking to Roel after the discussion that I was expecting him to say, to revolutionize. We are always on the evolution side, but then we have to revolutionize to really cope to the changing systems. And I guess we have to work with the comorbidities that we have right now, the social and economic comorbidities, putting it in the context. And in developing this network, we have to determine what are the mechanisms that we need to set up. I guess we have to start with programs that link research, knowledge, information to policy development. Upon hearing the president of RSAA talking about pledging its support to implement some of the programs, maybe it's good to start somewhere. No, what kind of issue do we like to resolve? What kind of issue would like to address? And there are many opportunities for doing that because RSAA is actually a group composed of not only economists, but of course scientists, community development workers, professionals in the field. And some of these people are actually working in the government. And that's the opportunity there to to work with these people in the government, providing with the right information so that they can facilitate policy decision-making process. So upon hearing about the process of policy development cycle, when you presented earlier, Dr. Rashid, I was looking at the steps. We start with an agenda setting, right? Determining the issue, and then we formulate. We identify and come up with a way to formulate solutions, and we have alternatives, and then we work with different stakeholders, providing them the platform to contribute to the decision-making process. And then comes the implementation. Of course, in the implementation part, it's very important that we engage not only the policymakers, but of course, how the people from the ground will be actually contributing to their own development. And of course, involving them in the monitoring and evaluation is very critical. So I guess if I'm going to look at the mechanisms, I would suggest that creating that ecosystem that assure technology, contributing to the knowledge that would transform the agri-food system. So these are the outputs. And maybe one approach is like transforming this frontline institutions. So the people that are working in this government as well was members of RSAA as a starting point to become extension workers, to become change agents that would touch the lives of farmers, modify their practices, and beyond knowledge, develop their skills. So these are just my insights when I was looking at this process, because I guess what we need actually is both anticipatory, preparing for the next pandemic, and second, working with the people through a subsidiary principle or process. Because when we work with them, we identify the critical issues that needs to be addressed, and we address it with them. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Pat. I agree with all of four of these panelists that mentioning networking is important for this way forward in building the NEPA. Is there any question from the floor? Okay, then is there any comment from other panelists maybe? Yes.
So I'll come back to the issue of value proposition and also ownership of the network. Even the Research Africa IFPRI's initiative that I referred to, it was initiated by IFPRI and its partners. Now it is owned by an African institution called Academia 2063. That was part of the vision, that eventually it has to be transitioned to national partners. The same way, we should have a target. I totally agree. First of all, identify what we can deliver, what brings value to the member countries, and then identify a path forward, how we execute that, and also do it at time bound. It cannot be endless. Initiative should be there, network should be there. Pat, you said that there you see value proposition, you see a demand. Meaning what? So that ATMI-ASEAN brought something that was missing. Can be analytics, can be partnership, whatever it is. If you can bring that value in terms of quality analysis and quality communication and outreach through partners within ASEAN, as well as IFPRI's partnership with the global centers of excellences. It doesn't have to be partnership with IFPRI and CERCA alone. CERCA has partners in the region, and IFPRI has partners globally. And we can bring them together. If we can do that, that gives us a value proposition, because we are bringing global best practices, global best knowledge set to the forum. That is a value proposition. Then second point is that it cannot continue that way. Eventually, it has to be owned and sustained. I think that's where we need the buy-in from the national governments. So as Dr. Rencio pointed out, RSSA has that network already. Question is taking advantage of that. I think our job ahead, responsibility ahead, is to define that program, identify the resources, foster partnership, and then have a plan to transition effectively towards the end life. Thank you so much. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. So for those participants on Zoom who would like to join NEPA, our committee already paste the link to join the NEPA. And to answer the question of Mr. Karim, why there's no one here? Because most of the members of NEPA are members of RSAA, and they are only invited virtual. That's why. And also another proof that we already have around 60 members is that because the participant of our NEPA webinar, most are RSAA members. That's the thing, yeah. And now for the participant here, may I kindly also invite you to join the NEPA as a follow-up, as a way forward of the ATMI-ASEAN. With this, I think we can close this session. Yeah, so thank you so much for all panelists. Yeah. And now, yeah. And the next session is a closing session. May I kindly invite Dr. Trang Chong Tang. I'm curious how to pronounce your name. Trang Chong Tang. Trang Chong Tang. Wow, good. Mr. Tang. It's different again. Okay. Now, I'm sorry. Now I would like to invite again Mr. Abdul Karim. And again, Sir Pat to the stage. And Dr. Mamta, of course. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is the last session, the closing one. So for these 4 panelists, I will invite first from IFPRI to extend the closing message. Thank you. Please.
I think people are tired of speech. I thought. Let's make it short.
Okay, so thank you very much for the moderator. You work very hard. I know that, and I see that you were worried about the time is very limited. So I try to speak fast, and I try to speak in English. Because I think up to now I see that's a very limited Vietnamese people join. So most of us international colleagues. So I will speak in English. So dear Dr. Rashid, Director IFPRI in South Asia, dear Dr. Grant, Director of SIRCA, and dear Dr. Abed Crims, Lead Regional Economics IFAS, and my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So after today's of the high-level policy forums in the scope of the ATMI-ASEAN project, I'm sure that we have shared much valuable information on agriculture transformation and so market integration. Especially, we have a very great discussions about food system transformation under the COVID pandemic. And I'm sure that we are all can gain a lot of useful information, and we learn from each other a lot. And in terms of IFSAT, as I mentioned in the opening remarks, this is a very, we are very happy because this is the first international forums with many foreign friends, colleagues after the COVID-19. Because in the emails, we promised each other that see you again in Hanoi, but now it become the reals. So we are very happy to see you all face to face, not only on online meeting. I know that there's many colleagues that cannot come to Vietnam at this time, and I hope that next time I can invite all the my colleagues now participate online to come to my institute and also to visit us. I do hope that today we are closing the project. However, it is a very good opportunity to us to open the new opportunity together. And I think with our topic of project for the agriculture transformation and also market integration, I remember Rashid said that it's still very necessary for all countries at the moment, and I do agree with you about that. And also, I saw that the opinion from the participants in the forums, so that we will moving to the next period with a lot of opportunity and challenges for agriculture. And I think with the cooperation from our colleagues, our country here, I'm sure that we will have contribute a lot to the development of agriculture in each country and also for the regional. And on behalf of IFSAT, I'm very glad and honored to be host of these important forums. These times, I think the time for preparation is very limited, and also after the COVID-19, I'm sure that all preparation working, I think is not all good. So I hope that in next time we will try to do better. And aside from the participating the forum to learn, to share a lot of useful information, I hope that you all would have a very pleasant time in Hanoi, and I hope that you have a time to visit, to go shopping, visiting Hanoi after COVID-19. Yeah, so I hope that's. And we also would like to thank IFPRI for sponsoring the project, and with the not only for this project, but IFPRI is one of the very good partner and a sponsor for my institute as well. And I would like to thank the college from Sirica IFPRI for working together with us to prepare the forum, and also to working with us from the beginning of the project. And we would like to give this time for the all participants from direct face-to-face meeting here, and also participant in online. And especially thank for the presenters, moderators, and audience. And finally, I wish you a good health and happiness, and we hope that we can welcome you in Hanoi again soon. Okay, thank you very much.
No, first of all, we are really grateful for the hospitality of the Vietnamese friends, IFPRI, they're taking the lead, so they really deserve a lot of credit, and let's give them a round of applause. I think the host did a great work. This is the first hybrid meeting, I understand. And I hope next time it won't be hybrid, it will be 100% real, not virtual, 100% real. So thank you very much. Many thanks to IFPRI, to CERCA, and to all the partners.
As I said, the project is nearing completion, but it's not the completion of our partnership. So it's just one milestone, and the partnership will continue through different formats, different projects, through individual country programs we have in Vietnam and all the countries in ASEAN, and through the exchanges that I hope will be there on the network, on the NEPA. Really, really grateful. My first visit to Vietnam, I came last night, so I hope I will see many things. And I really look forward to that. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I kindly invite Sir Pat to deliver the message.
Okay. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the implementers of this project, all the partners, the workers behind, the researchers. You did a good job, providing and supporting not only your country, your farmers, but also, of course, contributing to the regional development. So congratulations. Well, I think what we did in the last 6 years, I was not the one who started the project. I inherit this particular work from the former head of CIRCA. Sorry. From CIRCA. So it includes a lot of adjustment, of course, from my end as well. But like any development activity or development project, all you have to look at is how do we really achieve that objectives? How do we contribute? How do we come up with the mechanisms? How do we work with the people to achieve those objectives? And I think we did a really good job in that. And we work with the smallholder farmers. I mean, not with, but for. We work with the governments, the researchers, the academe, and the industry for the smallholder farmers. And with the objective of making them resilient, and capable of integrating in the agriculture and food markets. We develop the capacity of institutions in conducting research and policy development. And of course, we package knowledge from experiences from the ground and develop tools and strategies to effectively craft policy interventions. Then we work in an environment with a mix of enablers, and these enablers will now become the transformational leaders that would push forward this bridging the gap in knowledge, working with universities and research organizations, and ensuring that there's always the evidence or the scientific soundness for all the policies that we craft. In all these processes, I would just like to pick up from what my director gave in as a message, that communication really plays a very important role. And from packaging the policy agenda to transforming this into information and making it useful inputs for policy development. And I guess these are all vital evidence-based knowledge should be well integrated in the policy and decision-making process, and hopefully would impact the system's transformation. So at this point, thank you again and to IFAD and IFPRI for this opportunity, and our partners from the various government ministries for the continued support to CIRCA and this activity and the ATMI-ASEAN project. And we look forward to another set of fruitful collaboration with you, with everyone. And we at CIRCA, under the leadership of our director, Dr. Gregorio, and the members of the ATMI-ASEAN team and the RTLD in CIRCA, we are grateful for having been part of this opportunity to assist the partner AMSs, and the ASEAN Secretariat in this project. So we hope that the knowledge that's produced, the technical expertise that were developed, and the network of experts and institutional partners that were established will all contribute to the continuous strengthening of the capabilities of the individuals and institutions that are engaged in pushing the frontiers of agriculture and rural development in the Southeast Asian region. So mabuhay, and thank you, everyone.
Salamat. Is that what it? Okay. Yes. Salamat, Sir Pat. Now may I invite Dr. Mamta Pradhan from IFPRI to deliver her message.
It's my pleasure to present some remarks after the incredible 2 days at high-level policy forum of ATMI-ASEAN project. This long-running project has been a phenomenal experience for all of us involved in the work, what we would like to name it as agriculture for development with equity. When we embark on a very comprehensive things like transformation and integration, the portfolio of questions and methods that we need is extremely large. ATMI-ASEAN was thus built not only on the intellectual capacity of the transformative and high potential region, but also on its large social capital. It was only telling that we had the culmination of this grand journey in Vietnam. Just looking for research and partnership in ATMI-ASEAN, I came across a quote that I want to dedicate to Vietnam. Don't walk behind me, I may not lead. Don't walk in front of me, I may not follow. Just walk beside me and be my friend. The ATMI-ASEAN project has this all, and it's aimed to leave a legacy of the project with years of hard work. NEPA is a legacy of the project that ATMI-ASEAN aspires as a vehicle for the outcomes and outputs of the project to live on, but also to be transformative and integrating as the ecosystem in the set of countries change. Coming to high-level policy forum, this has been many months in the making. During the times of stressed public health, organizing this event has been an enterprise by itself, quite symbolic of COVID recovery. It has been months of work for IFPRI, SIARCA, IPSA team. It's my honored responsibility to express my gratitude and present a vote of thanks for this committed army who pulled off this event with perfection in such a complex environment. Please give a round of applause to the team who actually did the hard work. And with this, I also want to extend a full heart full of gratitude to Anik, who actually led the whole high-level policy forum as a single army. Thank you, Anik. Not only this event, but conducting large-scale surveys in 3 countries to understand the effects and coping strategies with AFA reflects all this makes the strength of ATMI-ASEAN. The participants who traveled from far-off places and who joined us remotely, often at odd hours of the day, or could I say odd hours of night, we are really thankful. We also want to thank the IFAD leadership for critical guidance and helping us organizing this forum. I think we have covered everything on the list that we aimed for with the high-level policy forum. The large body of collaborative research, capacity strengthening, and policy communication that built up to the policy forum was intricately and rigorously covered in the high-level policy forum, this 2 days of workshop. This forum also had some side effects. It had also been a platform called ATMI Got Talent. Who can forget the display of live art at the welcome dinner last night? Thank you to the team. It has been a sheer delight and discovery to see that ATMI-ASEAN team is capable of it. It's a moment of reflection, but with a tinge of sadness, of some of the work with pleasure winding up. We are yet confident that will live on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta. Now, before we end, a little small announcement. Please be informed that we prepare a booth outside for administration and other related issues. And for virtual participants, we will send link to your email address to access the evaluation and to get certificate and also the PowerPoint of these 2 days forum. Now, thank you so much to National Project Steering Committee and Regional Project Steering Committee and partners for the partnership and friendship in the ATMI-ASEAN and beyond. We might close this 5+1 project, 5 years and +1 projects. But may I cite what Dr. Tang we said earlier, that we closed the project, but we open new opportunities. There will be more collaboration after this, the closing of the ATMI project. Now, till we meet again, and with this, yeah, we will have group photos, of course. For the virtual participants, thank you so much for still be patient to attend and following our events for these 2 days forum. And we are really happy that we are reaching a lot of numbers of participation. And yeah, it's really make me emotional that we finally, at the end of the project, we can have many people will also see our project. Yeah, so with this, I would like to close also this 2 days forum, the ATMI-ASEAN Second High Level Policy Forum. And thank you so much to the panelists and all the team committee, team core members for this hard work to make this happen. Thank you.